Yes, good afternoon. This is DJ Paneras coming to you live with another interview of Unsung Influences. Today we're having an interview with, boy, I don't know how to describe this man. Such a legend in St. Lucian history, the man JahT. Alright, today we're going to cover his career, his influence on St. Lucian artists alike. Wherever you're listening from, big up yourself. You're listening from New York, St. Lucia, all my St. Lucians all around the globe. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure you take a moment to share the live. Alright, share each and every one of your friends, your family. This is a big interview today with one of the greatest legendary artists of all time in St. Lucian history. Alright, so take a moment as you guys coming in. I see we have 7 people so far. Share the thing. Basically, good afternoon to you. Alright, share the live. If you guys have comments as well, don't be afraid to say what your opinions are. If you have any history that you know of JahT, any memories that you have of JahT, give him his flowers while he's alive, because you don't want to wait until he's passed away and then come, like, you know, quote unquote a hypocrite and say that, oh, I knew who JahT was and blah blah blah, and then tomorrow you forget about it, right? So we have to honor our St. Lucian heroes now while they're alive. We cannot wait until they die to honor them, right? So before we start with the man JahT here, I mean, for those who don't know JahT, we're gonna cover his career. We're gonna cover an extensive part of his life. Aaron, good afternoon. Al Eugene, big up yourself, good afternoon. Share the live, make sure you share it in the St. Lucian groups that you know of. Share it with your friends, people who love St. Lucian history, who love music, who love just anything about St. Lucia. Share it, okay? Alright? You really want to hear this conversation? Mr. Al, alright? Alright. Yeah, we're getting excited, okay? We have some music to play for you. The whole idea of doing this series of interviews of, I call it Unsung Influences, is basically the goal is to find out a lot of history about the St. Lucian artists, their life, their growing up, what it was like. Because I mean, as far as I see it, we live every single day, and we might see JahT on the street and just say, oh, JahT, what's up, what happening? Yeah, I just know him as JahT, but then we don't forget what JahT represents. We probably know it inside, you probably know it up there in your mind, but you might forget. And you might just neglect it. And he might go to Canada, he might go to England or any of them places, and people recognize JahT and they'll hold a whole conversation with him, right? Maybe for hours. Okay? So, JahT.
Yeah. Greetings.
Respect.
Myself. Yeah, man. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Yeah.
Yeah, just give a thumbs up if you can hear,
if
right?
you can hear me loud and clear, let us know. Yeah.
Alright, so before we go deep down into the history of your life, right?
Mm-hmm.
For some of you guys who don't have this calendar, right? I'm about to read a little bit of history from this calendar here. I mean, from what JahT is telling me, this calendar is given away in St. Lucia like hot bread, right? So if y'all don't have this calendar right here, this is by First National Bank, sorry, right? And it represents a lot of the heroes from our time, okay? And this is, I just want to read this part. Here's JahT right here on the cover. Alright, just want to make sure y'all can see it. Alright, this is JahT right here. Make sure y'all sharing the live as y'all come through. Mr. Dale, big up. Miss Ella, good afternoon, big up. Obi, Jacob, big up yourself. Alright, make sure you sharing the live. Share it with your friends and family, because JahT has a lot to say. So I'm about to read you a little part of this, you know, just to give you an idea who JahT is for some of you guys who don't know. Alright, most people should know JahT. Alright. And this is for the month of April 2020. Alright. Okay. So JahT has the most extensive catalog of mega hits and calypso classics in St. Lucia. He is considered to be one of the most impactful composers of calypso in the history of the art form, cutting across with equal genius all categories from road march to soca and calypso. He has revolutionized calypso at the level of writing, studio and stage productions. 1981 marked the start of his rise as a hitmaker when he collaborated with calypsonian Get Through for the song What the People Chanting. Y'all remember that? He can be credited along with one of his principal collaborators, Trescott Suku Augustine, with encouraging a cadre of young, talented inner city performers along with hundreds of followers. These included Black Eye, Ashanti, Messenger, and Black Pearl. JahT was one of the founding members of the legendary Takeover Tent. His phenomenal repertoire includes Sufferer Song, which is Malewe, Rambo Diplomacy, Empty Promises, aka Pomet, Busheyo by Black Pearl, Losing Ground, Black Eye, Laja Invader, Bombay by Messenger, Zodi Zodi by Inspector Reds, Hillary, Black Eye, right? And Mountains to Climb, which was Robbie, Mountains to Climb, right?
Yeah.
I know you got mountains to climb, right? His most famous collaboration is with Ashanti. They produced a string of massive hits, the most famous of which was the local calypso Malewe, which won Road March in 1984. Alright?
86.
86? Okay, alright,
Yeah,
this one.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Alright. So this is a little history of JahT. Now, why I decided I wanted to do an interview with JahT, I got to know JahT through Rambo Diplomacy. Was the first song I heard was written by JahT. And I honestly mixed up JahT and Black Eye, thinking that Black Eye was JahT. You know, growing up and so on, you know, they said JahT. But then when they said JahT, they didn't say, well, he was the writer, they just said JahT. So that's how I pick up that he was probably a singer, but it was actually Black Eye singing. So that was the first song that I got to know. It was JahT who written the song, but Black Eye sang it. And then over the years, I mean, I'm young, I'm in my 30s, so there's a lot of history that JahT is gonna tell me that I don't know, that I'm gonna be educated about, right? JahT, you have written road march hits from since the 80s, and I did a little bit of calculation last night while I was getting ready for this interview. I realized you only lost the road march as a writer 3 times, right? So I want to go through the list, right? Because it's so extensive. Alright, JahT sent me a list here from 1982, right? 1982, 83, 93, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 95, 96, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, and I think they forgot 2003 because Peeping My Poo Poo.
That wasn't me.
That wasn't you?
No, that was somebody else.
That was somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay. So for those who don't know, I'm gonna take a little while just to go through each song, and then we're gonna start speaking about JahT's career, because like I said, it's so extensive. It's a lot to cover. Alright? So 1982, What the People Chanting was Get Through. 83 was Total Freedom by Get Through. That was road marches, eh? And that's excluding other works that he has done.
Total Freedom was not a road march. That was just a composition,
Oh, a composition.
Get Through song.
Okay, alright.
Yeah.
So I'll call it, and then you'll say road march or not.
If you go to the road march list I sent you.
Oh, okay, alright. Alright,
Mm.
so that's all the work, right? Let's go. Let's get through the road
Well,
march
in the
hits.
meantime, before we start, I want to say that it's not really about me, JahT, because if you really check the name is Jah-T. That's 2 different entities all together, but we work together. So Jah there's nothing that I do put Jah in it. I saw an interview session last week, and before the man started, she said, before we go anywhere, I want everybody to know that first and foremost is God, the Almighty, the power. I don't know where the power comes from, but she made it very clear that she's nobody. She could have done nothing if it wasn't for that power.
Right. We're going to touch on how you came up with your name.
Yeah.
And then we were going to go, but I want to show the people the work that you have done, and so that way they have an idea of the works, and some of them who maybe forget the timeline where it started, what year, and so on, right? So I'm going to quickly go through it, and then we'll go into that. So King Bobby 1979.
King Bobby 1979, but if you have a list of my room.
Okay, here we go. So 82, what the people chanting get through. 86, Sufferer's Song Ashanti. 87, Zodi. Pomet on Empty Promises was 88.
Yeah.
88. 99, Take My Money, Invader. Come on, like Hillary.
2000.
2000, Boucheyo 2002. Right? Black Pearl Song. Road Match Winners. The Kaiso Records. Sailor in the Band. I don't know how many of you remember that by Barry. Guy Love Dance.
Guy Love Dance was Jackson.
Jackson, that was 1980. Right? Memco Arrow, Educator. Yellow Man Invader. Travai Shaky or Shaki. Shaky. Canal Knowledge Invader. Sufferer's Song Ashanti. Zodi. Inspector Reds. Second Hand Needle. Chippy. Calypso Tyson, Educator, which was what, 85?
No, that would have to be somewhere like 90s around.
90s, yeah. Okay, alright. Which is all on YouTube. Going down the line, Maje Mwe by Buffalo, Venom Salah Invader, Ulale Lala, JahT, OK, Stylish Black, We Shall Hub, JahT, Bob Ollis, JahT, Hospital Burning, Top Shots, Military Jam, JahT, Take My Money, Invader, Hillary, we said, Belelesh, Invader, Boucheyo, we mentioned, and Speaker PP, X-Man, X-Man there, right? Let me tell y'all, I feel like I'm done with the interview already, I out of breath, you know? There's so much work that JahT has done in his life, and forgive me if I'm maybe too young to know certain history, but that's why I'm learning. That's why I decided to meet with JahT here. And you see the nice, beautiful background. It's rainy today, but we're relaxing, we're enjoying our time, we're enjoying the breeze, and we're gonna talk. Give an extensive. Remember to share the live. This is DJ Panras, and this one is called Unsung Heroes, or Unsung Influences rather. Alright? So JahT,
yeah, man.
Let me begin.
Yeah.
Right, you see how much time I take to go right through your history there, and maybe still there's more that you can tell me.
Yeah.
There's the pain, there's the struggle, there's so much that you have done throughout your life. Right? I want to start with you as maybe where you were born, where you're from in St. Lucia. You know, and then I want to go further into. We'll talk about the hits and so on, but I want to know who you are as a person.
Oh.
Right? And where you started, you know, from the time you were born, and then, you know, I want to know who is JahT.
Okay. Well, I hope you can hear me. Well, I was born at Victoria Hospital, but my mother at the time lived at Marquis Estate. My grandfather and my uncle run there. That is a part of Babylon. That is a real estate, not no joke thing.
Yeah,
from the sea all the way to Babylon. So I had a big playground growing up. Okay. They had a beach, they had rivers that passing through Boges there. That passing Boges reaching Babylon.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the
yeah.
I used to go up there years ago.
And they had swimming pool, because they had a place called Kai Maison, that's the how they Massa house at the top. But the master was a white man from England called Lord Wolston. He was a member of Parliament in England.
Okay.
He owned that, but he used to send them tractors and Land Rovers that was making dog. So from little youth, I did driving and thing already from young, you know.
Okay.
He had tractors and caterpillars and all kind of stuff. So it was really an upbringing. But I hung out mostly with the workers and the workers' children. Because it was slavery, let's be real. It was slavery.
Yeah.
A little money they gave these people. They spent it right there. They lived right there. They never left there. They had a big building called a hall. They lived there. So it's slavery that was there. The little money they got was nothing. But my uncle and my grandfather, they would run the whole thing. So I grew up in that environment on usually more summer holidays. But during the school time, I stayed with my grandmother to start. Now my grandmother owned a shop on Coral Street that is downtown, and it was a rum shop.
Okay.
Yeah. And her sons, one was the founder of the Shamrock Sports Club, which was founded there in that house. And the other one was Cuthbert Anthony, who won a Carnival band. Won band of the year many times.
Yes.
Secret all them men. I know them since I'm a little boy.
Okay.
I used to be in the shop telling rum during 7 years old. All band like Terror. Used to come to Paley. I know all them people there, little boy. So it was probably destiny that I become involved in Carnival. Because I was born, I was making costumes at a very tender age.
Okay.
So that's the kind of life I had as a child. That's what I knew. A lot of carnival and sports, and it was a real hive of activity, a real hub for people of that, you know, youthful generation within the Castries. Because Castries, everybody lived right in town there at the time. Not much hillside residents then. So I grew up with everybody around there. There was Jimmy Fletcher living right there. Teddy Francis was round the corner there.
Right.
So I grew up with all them man there as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so that was me very young. And then I went to stay with my aunt, Mrs. Ravino. So the truth is, you had no mother, no father mentioned there so far.
Right.
Both my mother and my father decided that they don't really want me, per se. Yeah, I was rejected. And
why is that though?
I was maybe too ugly, you know. I was maybe too ugly. They didn't want to have a lot. So they go into business for overseas, you know. My mother went to England, my father my mother went when I was 5.
Okay.
My father went when I was 7. He went to St. Croix and ting, hustle, whatever. I didn't know the business. I wasn't there. Well, I was there, but I wasn't aware. And so I grew up there with my grandmother, sometimes with my aunt. It was a kind of to and fro thing. But it was never really, when I was by my grandmother, given the activities, I was kind of happier there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was happier by my grandmother. She eventually moved from Coral Street to the Enchipo area there. So there I found myself living 2 houses away from the present opposition leader, Philippe. So Philippe and I go way back. From little boy thing playing football, cricket on the road by my grandmother's shop. He bowling leg break, fast leg breaks. Philippe, a lot of y'all don't know that. Pip, yeah, him. So I grew up there and eventually formed a club, which was the Enchipo Football Club. I was the captain. We won intermediate trophy. And you know, I had a youth that was full of sports, never anything. Oh yeah, there was even a period when I was going to primary school, I was involved in music. A group called the Shadows, taking part in live wire shows they had at the time. With Terry Wilson and these people. So you see, I there way back in them time there. Was involved in the music, but never really looked at it while growing up as something that I can do, you know. as a career or something to make a name for myself. I never saw it as that. It just happened that I was attracted to it as a youth, you know. And I always loved Michael Jackson and eventually Bob Marley. So that's really running through my youth, you know, growing up in Chipo, we had all the Kako by Clavier to explore all top past Bocage by the reservoir, we were waterfalls. So I had, even when I was in Castries, I had that same countryside experience in the suburb there of Enchipo there. So in a capsule, that's really my childhood. You know.
Wow.
It was difficult because when you have no mommy and no daddy, I could have gone in any direction. You understand? Like the youths now, they complaining that no father. I had no father, I had no mother neither.
Yeah,
I didn't go in the wrong direction.
Some of them not sure what the struggle looks like.
Another thing is, I didn't like school. To me, it's too many rules, style. And I like social studies and mental arithmetic and all that. But I used to be late for school because I had a shop to run, you understand? Now when you're in RC and you're late for school, you have to take a couple strokes, eh? Up the bell tick so. I never take a pleasure. And when I go in the class now, my hand swell up like that. So
but you wasn't really a bad kid. Or
no,
a bad child,
for coming late because I have a shop to run.
That's
how the family get fed. So I had that kind of upbringing, responsibility from very early, you know. Yeah. But in the end, everything paid off. It all paid off.
I want to pick up some people just listening, just tuning in right now. This is Unsung Influences with the man JahT. Alright, Liam, big up yourself. Al Eugene, sounds good. They say they're hearing you nice and clean.
Okay.
Right. Jean-Francois, big up. Oh, he tagged Ricky Francois. Thanks for doing that. Lucci Beckford, we bring some more light on him there just now there. So you can see him nice and clear, right? Mr. Kerry and Deterville, St. Lucia Black Stallion, truly legendary. And he says if you don't know about this man in Lucia Music Circle, then you need to do your homework. You know that? Kenneth Mathre, he says the caliber of the man that you interviewing there demands proper camera lighting and sound, the studio type setting. I appreciate your attempt with the equipment that you have. Bless up. I think we need to have well scripted and chronicled interview with JahT so that the nation can know the depth of the prolific writer amongst other titles. Let me ask you, now that that Kenneth said that, right? Now mind you,
Kenneth by the way is my dead brother.
Okay. I appreciate what you said, Mr. Kenneth. Now mind you, I really the environment that we have is what I'm working with, and also the phone and so on. So I wanted to ask you that as well. Have anybody from the media stations or the media houses called you and say, well, you know, let's do an interview where you go in the studio, you actually sit with somebody and they give you give your history just as we're doing today?
No, I am not really seen by the people who can do these things as somebody deserving of that. When the people talk in music in St. Lucia, they focus on booing son, case done. Now these days they have a few others names calling. But this has been the experience I've had. And just not me. You go to the private people for support in whatever little venture you're starting. You will not get. You go to government, you will not get. Yet they give everything to Boeingson. I have no problem with Boeingson, but I find it unfair. And by doing that, what you do is discourage young people and send them in the wrong direction. Because when they made an attempt, they were denied. And all the resources of culture in St. Lucia have been going to two people. Both of them, Adrian Auger and Boeingson. I just want to make that clear.
All right. So also, Liam says we need to honor this guy. Kelvin Shaw is watching. Ricardo Tove is watching. QB, big up. He's tagging Roger Samuel. Thank you, Sandra, Mr. Sylvester. Barry, big up yourself. Mr. Trevor Skids, big up. Kelvin Jean, big up yourself. Lucy says, Lucian, don't give a rat's man the respect. Learning a lot from the man JahT, right? So like I said, we're working with what we have, right? I honestly wish, if I was honestly working with a media house, I would have called upon you to say JahT out. That's the first thing I would do. And you see, as soon as I reach in St. Lucia, what I decided to do?
DBS right there, DBS.
DBS is right there, right behind us.
Yeah.
And if I'm only in St. Lucia for about a month, and I was calculating all this time coming when I reached in St. Lucia. I said, well, I must meet with some people to do these interviews, right? And so on. So you know, I mean, this is what we have, right? I honor this man. I decided, well, you know, today's a perfect day. I called him and I said, okay, well, let's do an interview, and here we have it, right? So you're gonna learn a bunch of information. Maybe after this one, you're gonna hear all the media houses calling, and mark my words, you're gonna hear all the media houses calling and saying, well, JahT, can we do an interview with you? We need to hear your story, blah 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 blah, X, Y, and Z. Alright? Okay. JahT has some CDs here, and we're gonna continue with the discussion with his works. So the list of songs I have here, right? 1982. What did people chant in? So what was your before we go into 1982? What really was a breakthrough, sorry, for you in terms of your talent, showing your talent to St. Lucians?
Well, I came into Calypso by accident. I went by Get You one time there. He stayed at Menard Hill. So I went up there to check him because, you know, nighttime line. He lived there by his people. And he's trying to write a Calypso to get into Calypso things. I say, really? He said, yeah, but he have a little idea there, but he have one verse, one chorus, and he's stuck. And he wants some help to do a couple more verses. So I say, how you doing that? He tell me, if you say, 40 years of misery, and if they won't take it easy, your second verse you have to go the same way. I ignorant, I know nothing. Right. So I say, okay. So I started going and I realized, hey, but that's a good way to give the system some make way. I was never interested in Calypso. Bob Marley was it for me. Bunny Wheeler, that was it for me. So when the man would run a Calypso thing, I was a bit concerned, but I realized it was a good vehicle, a good platform, it was a good medium to express your little penny hit, yeah? And it could be amplified by the fact that it would get played on the radio and in a 10. So I go into it. I did the verses for him and he went. Now there are some fellas that don't want me saying that. They feel say I take in from Get You. But if I'm asked how did you start, I have to say how I started.
Yes.
And that song is how I go into it. What felt like Suku saying that, yeah. That make me surprised. So I did that and the following year he came back to me and I did a song called Total Freedom for him. And I myself, I was surprised. So when I say a lot of these words and these inspirations, I'm not responsible. They have a greater power. I look at the song when I done and I ask myself, did you do that? I didn't believe I did that. You understand? Because I like it. Yeah. I like it. And I do.
It's like a painting.
It's like a painting, you know.
Yeah. After you look at it,
you look at it.
Amazed at your
and
own
it helped me. Yeah. Now somebody gave me a badge one time, saying somebody just met me a couple of weeks before and he saying, I'm so great, I amazed myself. Yeah, I'd be shocked. You're among the miracles that be happening in my life. But
really, you know, what made you such a great writer? What made you use the word that you speak? I mean, I know you like Bob Marley used to read the newspaper.
No, but you see, you could do all that, but like I said to you, it's the blessing.
Yeah,
Bob Marley had a blessing. Bob Marley, from a tender age, was very clairvoyant, like 7, 8 years, them near there. People come and he used to tell them things and they freaking out. Yeah, he used to predict things and that kind of thing was very tender. A lot of people don't know that. But these are blessings. You cannot, that's why when people get carried away, you have a little hit song. When you hear a song go viral, you bring somebody market that like that, no. And that's what
the technological age that we live in.
Yeah, we have that going on now, but in my time, we didn't have all that social media. And the good thing about that is, whenever you release a song on Radio St. Lucia, everybody had one time.
Yes.
Because Radio St. Lucia was the main radio station. Only Radio St. Lucia and Radio Caribbean. But Radio St. Lucia ruled the airwaves. So it was easy. By the time Get Your Song got out there, won the road march, I got into Total Freedom with him, and it sang White Country South Africa, we want total freedom. Also Namibia, we want total freedom. We must help to liberate ourselves, we must educate. And when we done clean that mess, we have to fix the rest. Them white man in black man's skin, them go have to leave the scene. Cause we suffering and we struggling. Some advice, but they just can't see. That was my second song. I say, wow, you know?
Now, one thing I'm disappointed is, I can almost say that song is not recorded anywhere.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really looking at it from that perspective. I just did these things, among other things I did.
Yeah, because I know a lot of the songs that we have, not just the ones you wrote, but a lot of songs is not archived. Maybe Radio and St. Lucia.
Radio St. Lucia have them in a fold there. I know what happened to them.
But I just wanted to express my disappointment with a lot of this. I know some songs will not all the songs will get recorded, but there are some songs that were really monumental.
No, well, you see, the thing about it is Radio St. Lucia recorded every Calypso 10. So they have all the recordings. Oliver, the fella Oliver, he made sure, and was his partner named Jerry George brother. Yeah, that one there used to be there themselves, you know, and recorded these things, and they have them in a vault up there at the bottom there, But that's what it is, you know. And even if you have stuff that came out, videos at the time, like Rambo Diplomacy video, you can find that nowhere because no folk research, I don't even know there at the time, and nobody held on. I don't care because it's not a feather in my cap. I just do these things. But nobody really saw it necessary to hold on to the stuff. Even Colin Wicks, who made the video, didn't hold on to it. So anyway, we're going back to Get You and his total freedom. So Get You couldn't sing. Let's be honest, Get You couldn't sing. So I kind of went away a bit. And one day I met Ashanti right there by Wally, where Wally had his place there by Grass Street there. And Ashanti used to be the singer in the band that used to back up the 10. He was the vocalist before. Yeah, no, he was the lead vocalist for Purple Haze.
Oh, wow. Okay.
At the time, that is Paul K&M. So he came and told me, JahT, Get You tell me you can write songs. I jumped. Because I haven't considered that writing songs per se at the time, you know. Right. I just did something to help out a man. This is what I was doing, you know. And I helped out the man and the man gone. So I done with that, the man gone his business. So Ashanti now come in and tell me about the next help story there because he's helping, you're getting paid. His help that going on there. So I say, well, I jump because I'm on a Bob Marley thing, that man coming back behind me. Right. So I say, okay, I'll see what I can do. Because I figure that's what he wants to do. I can help him get where he wants to go.
Yes.
Opportunity creator. So I went home and I started. Now I have no instrument. Now look what I do it. I hit in the table playing drum because I always go at drums. Things getting worse in the society, in the little country where me mother born me. You must be mad to think your ability or your good quality will give you priority. Long ago it used to be complexion, but nowadays to get a whoop you must have connection. You must know the man who running the show. If you haven't got a lingual boy, you both can sing, but we getting vexed. We got it no more. We vex with them bourgeois party show, and they getting vexed with them aristocrat. We want the government to represent the proletariat. Yeah, big one.
Sound like Get Through there, right there.
No, that is Ashanti. First song I gave Ashanti.
You tell Ashanti had locks, right? He didn't have locks at the time?
He didn't reach lock yet, huh?
Okay.
No, that not yet. So that is the song I wrote for Ashanti.
Wow.
And I myself like the song. But if you notice, I using the big word proletariat. Now that's a big communist word. I stood line with some communist fellas. And that is how you find I developed, like, started reading Che Guevara, and I was blown by Che Guevara. You're a selfless man.
Yeah.
And the quote that a true revolutionary is guided by great feelings of love. That was it for me, you know. So even if you kill couple fellas, that was for love, you know.
Right.
You understand that?
Right.
You know, it's no hate involved there. It's the love of the poor that make him do that.
Right.
You understand? And to save the poor people, he would even do that much.
Let me tell you, you see, things like that inspire you to write great music.
When
And I think that's why you are a great writer.
these people, and you know, I read and read. I used to get a newspaper every week. You know,
Yeah.
they kept me well, you know, stocked with literature and things.
Yeah.
So I learned the struggle, I learned communism, I learned all them things there. And words. I always had a love for words. I used to collect. If you see all my books inside, you see all the covers, I collect words and put them in. I keep going through them every day so that I remember them and what they mean.
Right.
I could be speaking to a man and he ain't know what the hell I saying because the words I'll be using so rare. That he ain't understand. There we go.
Yeah, before we go to the next year, now I knew Dongo as well because his sons were going to Fitbutai with me when I was going to Fitbutai as well. So I used to go after school. It was a line where Dongo would cook out one pot of ital and he would share with all of us. What was your kind of, you know, before, how did you really meet Dongo and what was your relationship with Get Through? We're talking about Get Through.
Well, I stood line early time there with the CDC fellas. You know, all them man down there, you know, football and thing, you know. And I got, the Rasta movement was starting to grow. And all the man of them had locks, they had Aitwa, and all the man of that Bera, they had Lucum, Ikumbo, they had Suku there. Suku came after a while, he came from university. And he was there. Now that's how I got into the whole Rasta thing. I had Suku saying, your bedroom is your strength. One day in a conversation by the beach, he came there. And that kind of stuck with me, you know. And I felt like there was a family there. You understand? Now, I was always searching for a family. Even if I was living at people's home, but I didn't feel the family thing. Nobody ever told me I love you. Nobody gave me a hug my whole life. And it's no joke, I could have turned out real poor. But when I was young, I gave my life to God. I said, well, hey, I'm nobody's child. God, just take me, do what you want with me, pa. That is your business, just do what you want. And I remember that clearly. So when I got into the Rasta business then now, that is where I got to know Suku and Get Through. And they're the ones who brought me into the tent. They wanted to start a tent. They tell me, well, they want to start a tent. They want you to come and MC and be part of it. MC, I tell you, they mad. Calypso is a rum thing. To me, I don't know why Calypso is rum and Coca-Cola.
Right.
I wasn't interested in that at all.
Yeah, but you notice how you go from the reggae,
Yeah.
and you turn your writing ability into calypso.
The
Just like Black Stallion did as well.
Same consciousness.
Yeah,
Same consciousness. Because if you listen to my song, it's virtually like Bob Marley songs in a calypso thing.
Yeah,
because the message and thing, you know, when you listen to freedom, oh no freedom, don't kill freedom, in the name of freedom, you kill it. Now I had to be blessed in order to work that at such an early time in writing. You know, the whole, I never studied poetry, I know nothing about none of them things.
Shakespeare,
learning them thing, anything. Freedom, oh no freedom, don't kill freedom, in the name of freedom. To me that was brilliant, and it really caught on, and that was the song that really made people aware of me.
Right. Yeah, before we go into the next year, big up to Leo, big up yourselves. He said, remember the CD Lucian Soca?
Yeah.
So you remember that? We have it right here too. Good afternoon to Manchester, Longville, Octavian, Modest, watching, Ficus, watching. Let's see if we have any comments here. Okay. Alright. So 1983. Right? So we said 82 was what the people chanting get through. 83 total freedom, which you just discussed about, we get through. 1993, right?
1980.
We vex.
84.
84, which
because 83 they had a National Day competition.
Okay.
And that's where we sang the Vex song. Alright. And he placed second. Probably a song like that was not suitable for a National Day competition, in the sense that you want a more nationalistic
more positive
than more
than political.
That kind of politically charged kind of song. And about other thing about love and peace and love. And they gave him, because you see, that was the moment I realized I don't want to be in the competition. And I think it was unfair for the people who I wrote for, and they wanted to be in the competition. Because like, the competition is just like you singing to 4 people.
Right.
That's the competition. There are 4 judges or 5, how many they have there. And you virtually, your whole performance is to impress these 5, and not the 200 or 1,000 you have below here. But I thought that was stupid, because what they do up there is give you something called a criteria. But that criteria is really a box. This is what we're looking for.
Right.
So you have to impress them by putting what's in there, in the song, doing it to suit them.
Right.
But a rebel like me expect me to do that. It's impossible.
So what was the criteria like?
The criteria was play on words. Once I never look at the criteria.
Okay.
I just write a song depending on the inspiration. You understand? So inspiration come for, at the time, if you notice, I had the We Vex song with Proletariat, and in 1984 I had Where the Revolution Gone.
Who was the singer of that song?
Ashanti.
Ashanti.
That's the first song Ashanti come in the tent and sing. When the man start, I said in 1981 in a song for beneath the revolution. I see you can go mad. I freak out. I tell you, the crowd went wild. Gary went to USA, seeing UFO is there. And the man start. That was it, eh? That was the birth of Ashanti, right there. Because he had tried before as surpriser, and it didn't really have an impact. But this time round, the man had the crowd going crazy, and second round he had, from the way you make your bed, so your future can be red. I hope you know how you make your bed, And that was mad. And that was like, to me that day, that was the road marching. Yeah. But you know how they do that thing, the judges and them again and them people. I don't really care. You know, once people appreciate what I did, I'm all going for the people's choice.
Yes, boy. Pen, big up yourself. He say ask you about Dope Panic.
Yeah, Pen. Pen father do that one. Yeah. Well, that would be going advance, going past Mali with there already. That was 1987.
Okay.
1987 now. Well, after Mali, I started climbing up by Wallace. Now Pen was a little boy come from school there. Pen come from school, come from his little lunch money, his after school snacks thing. Yes, Pen, little fella, as I know them little fellas there. I know Pen way back, little boy coming there after school and his father and I there doing endless thing. And we were trying to create a new rhythm from early as 1987. Okay. We're looking for a new rhythm and we call it the Soak Zouk. So when you listen to Dope Panic, you could hear the zouk and the soca and the...
Do you remember the words?
If you're smoking weed and the police pass, Dope Panic, think fast, you better think fast.
Ashanti and Rootsy.
Yeah, Ashanti and Rootsy, yeah, and then a police named Blast. If you're smoking blast and you see a blast, Dope Panic, think fast. You know, enough little jokey thing.
Why?
But it was our first recording. That was my first recording. It was actually done because we had no studios. It was actually done on the Onyx, played on the cruise ship. Okay. Onyx had their own recording equipment, and they went on the cruise ship and recorded it there.
Okay.
Ashanti. Wow. I didn't go on the cruise, but they went there.
Taj Wicks is watching. He said a true revolutionary is guided by love. Likewise, a true songwriter. JahT, you certainly are loving this. It's loving this, right? Who else we have here? Felix Joseph, good afternoon. History. Alright, okay. So let's go on to the next year, right? We're going through the years of JahT now. So he discussed
85 now.
Yeah, he discussed his beginnings as a youth and so on. So we're going throughout JahT's whole history. Remember to share the live. This is Unsung Influences with DJ Panras, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to sit down and watch, right? So now we just discussed 84, which was Ashanti, that was where the revolutionary gone. You had another one by Ashanti, which was Where You Make Your Bed, which you also discussed. You discussed Freedom. All three of those songs were 1984. 85 now. Teenage Pregnancy, Ashanti.
Teenage Pregnancy. Now, let me make it clear. The topic of that song was teenage pregnancy because we had a problem with teenage pregnancy at the time. We never really had a population growth problem because as you can see today, NIC balling, schools have to close down. Common entrance used to have 5,000, now they have around 2,000. So teenage pregnancy was the problem. And when I write that song, I won't go into all kind of fancy details, you know.
Straight to the point.
No, you have to put it in a cultural way. You have to tell a story, but making the same point. Because I learned that great literature is simple language charged with meaning to the uttermost impossible degree. So it's not a matter of a set of big thing, simple language charged with meaning to the uttermost impossible degree. Now that's not mine, I read that somewhere. And I believe it really works because that's what I do. And when I came with teenage pregnancy, Casilda only 13 and she already slacking. Da 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 da. And the melody, you could tell that I was using different kinds of melodies to the norm. You know, fella come there da 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 da. I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Oh no, them slow calypso.
Yeah.
I find them boring. Sometimes it takes so monotonous because the whole verse is just one melody. I like the changes. If you check all my songs, you see right in the middle, first 4 lines, second 4 lines is a change of melody. You understand? Because you see the listener now will get bored if the monotony, if you just keep on going like that.
Right.
So you change it up on them a bit. And it's a lot of pulling and releasing and pulling. And that's one of the things that I find the writers should try and pick up on, because the songs can be very boring, the calypso then. Yeah, so I kind of brought that innovation of putting a little jams and here and there. And the difference between me and the other writers in St. Lucia is I can dance. Not even Michael
test that out
Jackson.
later.
Not even Michael Jackson can test me. Believe me. So that's the thing with Invader too, because you would give Invader a song and he would add a little something to it, because he can dance too, even if you're a little big. But
what I like about Invader's kind of style, you know, he comes out with a very serious impact with his verses, and then the chorus is more like, okay, now it's time to relax and kind of loosen up and party and so on.
Yeah, the man can dance, so he have vibes, check it. But the other writers, they kind of blah, sorry, but that's the way I see it. And when I bought Teenage Pregnancy, the first time in the 10, when the man start, the car go mad. I say, boy, God, because I don't understand. All the people going so mad for that guy. So you see, he himself has something natural. You understand? The voice and the lyrics combined was like hand in glove. I mean, believe me, if it wasn't for Ashanti, I probably wouldn't continue, because I would have been frustrated with the fact that the other singers were not giving me that vibe, you know? But Ashanti was, when I heard the man sing some song, I told you, 1985 was Teenage Pregnancy, and which other one you have there? Stay in the Region.
Yeah.
When I came back from England, because all them time there, I go in and out.
Free South Africa as well.
I only go in, I go to England 6 months in around May, June, and I come back December because Carnival was February. So I'm back in December. So and that helped me too. You understand? So I came back and I wrote that song, Stay in the Region, because I realized people were migrating, everybody thinks it's greener pastures over there, you know? And I put that song together. The melody was given to me by Clarence Joseph.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was working, that was my arranger. Yeah. So he gave me the melody and I go, there is no doubt this region's a paradise. So many lovely sights. Nice melody. Tropical splendor of the Caribbean is second to none. Still everybody want go away, searching for better place to stay. Every man's quest is for better life. But I'd rather stay in the region, under the austere condition, working to make things better one day. There. And you know, London cold, you know, little thing, New York cold, things may be slow, but I will not go, some kind of thing, I can't remember. But that was 85. They had these 2 songs.
Now we're going to mention a lot of Ashanti as we go forward. What's your take on the kind of person Ashanti is? Like from back then, you know, for me, Ashanti, how I think of Ashanti is very, very passionate. You see, when he sings, he closes his eyes. And he's called a people's king as well, for a reason. So, what's your personal take as a, you know, is Ashanti of brethren and close from back then?
Ashanti, everyone know Ashanti. I mean, Ashanti is Ashanti. You understand? And one of the things I realized, because it's a little while, it's a long time, about 40 years, you know. When I was 23, people were calling me legend already. When I look back now and my son 25, and I say, my God, that was early.
Wow.
Yeah, people call me the man like striker, not just anybody that following thing. Striker telling me all kind of thing. Get you tell me from very early, I feel for you. You man like you will be legend, all kind of thing. And I was 23 years old then. I watching them man there I've been dealing with. All of them. I swear, they have not grown 1 inch in their minds. They have not grown. They're still on no growth. And I'm really sad, all of them. Sorry to say that, but that's the way I see it. I mean, a man's supposed to get wiser as he gets older.
Right.
But these people, they're still children.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing any substantial something. You know, the vast majority of them youth there. Okay, they want to be that. I help them because I like to see people get where they want to go. But when I help you get there, don't expect me to continue holding your hand. You take what I give you and build on it.
Yeah, give a man a fish and you feed
You give a man a fish, you have a fish, you could eat a bread, the man eating bread, Ashanti eating bread. On that Malway song. From since 1986, you know. Now the man signed an agreement with me. He's talking about Ashanti. The man signed an agreement with me. Mario Michel is the lawyer. From 1985, he's not supposed to sing my song anywhere without my permission. The man never asked me permission.
Okay.
The man go in Canada, the man never once asked me for permission. So all what you see that man singing there, he have no, he's illegal. Eh?
Oh, really?
But what I go do, so Ashanti.
Yeah.
But I put these things in place to more or less hold him to some kind of discipline.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to write any songs for him.
No, I just, for himself, yeah, I do that, to save him from himself.
Right.
So he better organized now. He checked me, I could give him some advice on what he's going to do.
Right, as a mentor.
As somebody who blessed like me, you know what I'm saying? In everything. So the man just, man singing everywhere. Man going all over the place. All kind of fellas taking over his management. All kind of fellas pass through his eye. All kind of fellas pass through as manager already and can't control him. One set of people try to hold on Ashanti.
And you have written most of his songs, most of his hits too.
No, well, the thing about it is when Ashanti now doing an interview, he doesn't mention me. Huh? Ashanti will be doing an interview. I read his name in the papers all the time. I see him and hear him all the time. Happy alone, the man talking about it. Because he never won a calypso wrong with me. Not realizing that the judges and them is a class thing they on. Ashanti was not seen as a representative.
Right.
Good enough for St. Lucia. Let's put it straight. They see him as a little Malawi fella. So in 83, 84 it was, they get to controller. They give Invader second, Petty Psychology was singing. Now them songs have nothing between me and you. Nothing. Invader could get vexed if you want. But they put Ashanti first. So in case controller get knocked out, Ashanti still not in line. They put Invader there.
Right.
That's where the line in Malawi came from. But now I come a man in some competition, I get to understand that they judging man and not the song. Because they're judging the man and they're not judging the song the man singing. And when you tell me a man come there in the park, so Malawi, and you have Free South Africa, that's 1986,
right.
We reach in there. You ever heard South Africa song?
I wouldn't remember that. That's why I was saying it's disappointing that we don't have some of these songs archived so that we can hear them. As a youth, you know?
Happy Ashanti that pick up Ashanti and try and copy me. That's what Happy do there. Happy tell me that's the best song I ever write. But in Happy's opinion, everybody have an opinion.
How does it go if you can recite it for me?
Oh, it's going something like, in the land of my forefathers, famine was not disaster.
Oh,
In the cradle of creation, now a haven of oppression. At the very foot of Africa, in the utmost south, there's a racist cancer. Though my motherland in a wheelchair and is pushed here and there, I can never feel free till South Africa is free. I say, oh, no, no, no. I could have plenty money, I still won't be free. Something like that.
Did you write AIDS as well? By Ashanti?
No,
You didn't write that one, no?
I don't.
It sounds so...
No, the fellas copying guys are between me and you.
Yeah.
When the Ashanti come, the population go. Like Happy doesn't think. Happy just take teenage pregnancy and he make population low. And population that have no intuition because population overgrow, it's too low now. So you see the vision,
Yes.
there was no intuition in that song. Because look, it does not remain relevant. Because right now, it's quite the opposite. We do the population low.
Yeah.
And we need it to go. Now even Boo song in 1988, sorry to jump there. In 1988, Boo had a thing, one bad prick. What are you talking about there?
The second-hand needle?
Second-hand needle. Who using needle down there? Up by Boo there, use that man. Up Cap Estate by him up there.
You talking about the needle?
What needle? What prick you talking about?
Yeah.
What prick? I don't know. I'll reserve my comment on that one.
Well, that's what they say the second-hand needle is killing plenty people.
Which needle? We never had no heroin down here. I don't know about that. Huh? Go out to tell the police. Who are taking needle down there?
Maybe it was metaphorical. Who knows?
Well, it have to be. When it metaphorical, it have to have that double meaning.
Yeah.
So if you go in one side, the needle, the thing. What's the other one? Please tell me. Which one has the bad prick?
One bad prick. I have to really think about that.
You know, he go have to tell us.
Yeah, I'll put some thoughts on that one. Yeah, man. Yeah,
So
good afternoon. Hey, invaders watching.
Yeah, good to see you.
Karen
Buddy.
Tobia. We was hoping that she'd be watching. Yasmin Anthony.
Yeah,
Afternoon.
that's
We
my
have
God. That's my
44
real
people
God.
watching strong.
Yes, but hey, Anna, we talking about songwriter there, you see? You know what we missing there? We going into 86 there at Malawi, right?
Yeah.
But before we go into the Malawi, it's two things. When they had the National Day competition and Ashanti came second, the cash prize was $1,500 for the second prize. I think our first prize was $2,000. They couldn't pay me my $1,500, which was supposed to be between me and Ashanti. They couldn't pay it. So I find that strange. You're running Calypso Association and you'll have no money. They got money from the government for the show, but I don't know how they spent it. In the end, they didn't have the money to pay the cash prize. So I said, no, that's ridiculous. Well, they say the show they have is together King and Queen of the bands and CDC or what the name is doing that. Carnival Development, whatever. I said, but that's rubbish. So I got Lorna. Lorna had a good working vibe. We got Lorna to tell the people, the Carnival Development people, we're not going with them again. That's from 1984. Right? And we went to do our own thing, so much so they didn't give us the banana shed they were using at the time. We were not allowed. So we went in the cinema. That's the Barry one. You understand? King Barry. And we did our own thing and we were able to pay everybody what was just, and we still had a change. And we started from there. By the time they chased me in around 1987, people like Boo come on the scene already and want to take over. They had 300 grand in the bank. I have put that there because I write in the songs that bringing the people with Ashanti. You understand? A historical rivalry had developed there between Invader there and Ashanti there, and both of them had their crew.
Right.
And you find the place that packing up. When we had to go to Marshall Grounds where they were having it, we had to pay for the venue, we had to pay for the stage, we had to pay for everything. Government gave us not a dollar and were charging us for using them things there.
Wow.
And I still left them by 1986-87 with 300 grand so in the bank. And I went to England. 1986 in England was where I wrote the Malawi song. I wrote that Malawi song in a palace I was living in. Hamilton's Palace, you all could Google that. I was in a palace writing a song. I don't care what the bourgeois say. I'm singing for the Malawi. You check the irony there?
Yeah.
I was living on 100-acre estate in England. When you live in 100-acre in England, you're large.
Yeah. Now even that song is not on YouTube. I actually have it in a clip, right?
Really?
Yeah, I think I have it in a clip there.
He's singing it there.
It was live, a live show.
Live, yeah.
That was on.
Recorded.
And then I there's a lot of footage I have of Ashanti on my YouTube channel too as well. So yes,
a better one.
yeah. That's the best one I have. It's on YouTube. Ashanti St. Lucia.
But now I come on, man. It's your competition. I get to overstand that they touch it. And I'm not the song. But I don't get home. They try to find I know. But I don't give one number that want to find my own. I don't care what them people say. I sing it. Sorry, my way. And I'm in time there. It's much
We're not gonna go through. A lot of you guys know most of the songs, so we'll just pass through some of them, and then we're gonna continue discussing the history of these songs, right? So we're here with Jah-T, Unsung Influences, DJ Panras and the man Jah-T. Nice rainy Tuesday afternoon. Is it Tuesday? Wednesday afternoon. All right. Big up each and every one. Ted says, "Tell Jah-T my first inspiration came from Do Panic. I watched that track build and become a local hit." And he was just talking about it too. He was just saying that. Yeah.
But the thing about the whole Malawi thing is it's a kind of song. When I look back at them, I have to ask myself, how can a song saying them kind of things win a road match? You understand? Because it's not jump and wave and whine, not in the song. And all the road match I've had, not one saying dance.
Yeah.
All of them is social issues. When I listen to Zordi, I wonder how can a song like that be a road match? Singing about garbage problems. You know?
But then you know it was what was happening in the street, so that's why everybody was able to relate to it. Right?
Well, the thing about it is that I have a lot of fans in the Calypso thing, but because of my personality, a lot of people don't know me associated with Calypso at all. A lot of people, and they know me. And that's people that treat me so much love, I tell you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there are people that give me food. There are little fellas that throwing 5 bags in my car. I won them fellas already. You know, because I've always been an opportunity creator. So they have a lot of youth. We're talking about the Calypso aspect, but they have a lot of youth who know me as the coaching football from way back. You know, and they have little youth who know me. They were on the street and they used to come at my home and bathe and take my clothes and eat their belly full and go. They have fellas that grow up now, they have 2 cars, they're large in the place.
Yeah.
And they know me because I was the one who was there for them.
Yeah.
So I was more like a mentor in the ghetto. So a lot of people know me and treated me with so much love and appreciate me and don't know I'm involved in Calypso. I given a lady a ride there for years. And one day I went where she working. And I met her later and she told me, "You came where I was working the other day." And my boss saying, look JahT here. I say, who? She said, that Mr. That. She said, that's JahT. My man give me right for years. I heard the man name so long. She had no idea.
Right.
I never told her anything
What?
about that. No, and the lady was...
Small one.
Yeah, and the lady is my #1 fan.
Wow.
All the time there, I giving her right and she didn't know.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
to show
man.
you.
Yeah, so a lot of people know me and not knowing that I'm JahT
Yeah.
until they probably see the calendar and
Right.
stuff like that. But 86 was a good year. Like I say, the Free South Africa, not free South Africa, the one with I don't want to be free till South Africa is free, and Mali way. And I didn't come St. Lucia at Carnival.
Okay.
I stayed in England. I had something, I had to deal with. I was actually expecting a baby. Yeah. But then the child was a stillborn. After I waited, the child was stillborn. So he never really lived.
Oh.
Yeah, so...
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and I came back here just about 2 weeks after Carnival. And then people telling me how big the song was. I didn't see that.
Wow.
People tell me how the crowd and everything. And I have newspaper clippings of what they said and stuff,
Yeah.
So I missed that one.
Yeah. Later down the line, I want to talk about the archiving of your songs and so on, and maybe royalties and all that. But I want to discuss that along the way, right? Donovan has asked, yes, Donovan. Yeah, he wrote Boom Bye Bye as well, Donovan. So to answer your question, yes, he wrote Boom Bye Bye by the Great Messenger. Let me go down to Zordy. You want to say anything more about Zordy or Inspector Reds?
Yeah, Inspector Reds and Zordy, and then after Malawi, obviously, people were asking for autographs. Everywhere I go, people know every word in that song.
Yeah, that's
everywhere
a classic
I go,
to this day.
People know all 3 verses. The people know like an anthem, really.
Yeah.
Some people don't know the national anthem and they know Malawi.
Yeah.
Believe me, that song.
Was that song sung at the RC Jam? Or
what, Malawi?
no, there's a version of it I have on my YouTube channel. Was that a recording of RC Jam, or he sang it in the tent as well?
Who's that, talking about Inspector, right?
Yeah.
They're talking about
Zordy,
Zordy.
yeah.
Oh, Zordy. Well, the Zordy is another story, right? First, before I go there, I want to say what they're saying about that Malawi song is you have to realize, she just say, unless the Lord buildeth a house, he that build it worketh labor in vain. Now, the way these songs were just taking off on their own, I didn't market, I never tried. I just wrote them thing there, I just never really sat down and burst my head. I just wrote, and the songs just took off on their own steam and went all over the place. Alright? So here we have that going on. And I became very popular and thing at that time. And Miss Regis in RC School asked me to come to give a little idea to the young men of how to put together a song.
Right.
So I went to the RC School. I did that for more than one afternoon. And one of the afternoons, the Inspector Rez was one of them. He was just a little red fella. He didn't have a name yet. So in trying to give them an example of how I would approach a topic, I tell them, for example, if I'm writing about water shortage, I would say, Bombay, see Bombala. You understand? And then I say, well, if I deal with the garbage situation now, and I started writing for them, I am your unobservant, and I gave a decision. Yeah, and I started working it there.
Yeah.
And I had an old vibe from a song which is sing Little Boy La Clary side. And I kind of vibe off that melody there and came up with that melody. But I even feel like it's sometimes something like, I don't care what they usually.
Yeah, they have that hook.
I like that, some of that carried over into that Zordy song.
Yes.
So in showing them how to put together a song, I came up with that Zordy thing. And Inspector Red say he will sing that one. And call himself, because they used to call him Reds in the class.
Okay.
Because he's a gingerhead boy.
Yeah.
So he called Inspector Heads, and he was, you know, you could take a joke when you're young. So he called himself Inspector Heads.
Yeah.
And he just had that aura, you know.
Yeah.
He had that aura. When you see him, you have to look at him twice.
Yeah.
And he wasn't, say, the best singer. But his voice was young and it was projecting. That was enough. And he sang in the tent. Because I bought him, at the time I was running my own tent. It wasn't big over tent. The best tent I ever ran in St. Lucia was the Clean Slate Posse and the Kaiway song. I run them two things there. We even brought Black Stallion down. We first started bringing foreign artists.
Where was that tent located?
That was right there. We did that in cinema.
Okay.
Because I moved it from the town hall to the cinema. You know.
Oh, really?
I did that. Fellas don't give my credit. Huh? Fellas more trying to take credit from me. I don't know what's wrong with these people.
Yeah, because I hear a lot of stories about how Calypso used to be in the town hall.
They are not trended people. They garbage truck smelling strong right there in the yard. And fellas bearing that and taking in the little. You know, in the early times there, that's one of the things that get me vexed. Fellas used to come in the tent. You know what fellas used to come and do there? Outside, the fellas come and say, the songs were so not good. Fellas' joy was to just come inside there to tell fellas outside. That's the kicks on the night there. Because you ain't nothing of
that's where the 10
substance.
peanuts thing start, man.
That's about that Martin Wicks. I call your name Martin. Them fellas on grass streets. Them Paul brothers and them fellas. Them fellas still like Brazil Street there.
Yeah.
Around there. Them fellas come in the tent and just tell them fellas, boy, what fellas that? Oh, like Bombay and Skyhawk. Then yeah, and it was real fun and thing. So that's why I decided that I can do better than that, you know, and made my contribution. But the whole thing about going back to Inspector Reds and them in the school. And I did that Inspector Reds thing, this all, and I wrote for another guy, Prince, who you look like, Mighty Prince.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you look like him. He's a Polio's Joel son. And he came second in the RC Jam. Inspector Reds won that year. And he went, we brought him to the tent, and he performed, and the tent went wild. And then we gave him an appearance at Calypso Finals, and that's where it took off.
Okay.
Because I think Imagination Brass were backing him. And he came in and he mashed up the place. Yeah, from there it was road march, no stopping it. Because I had another song at the time. Go tell John Compton that Jah say, I say I win road match already. Yeah, I say, well, it's alright, we have the road match.
That was Prince.
Ashanti, I was singing that one.
Ashanti?
Yeah.
What?
And then Zodi just come and
Why?
so I had the first and second.
I remember a song by, you might have written that song. Is there a lot of songs that you wrote that you probably forgot?
Yeah, man, many.
Because I remember Inspector had a song, from what I was told, that song was written when he was going to RC. And that song is called Vendors Day. You know? RC Jam, Vendors Day, St. Mary's Jam, Vendors Day,
I remember that.
Junior Creole, Vendors Day.
I didn't write that.
Yeah, I had that on a cassette. I gave that to a friend of mine. He's an Adventist. He brought it home and his mother threw the tape. I was so upset. I had all kind of her black songs, a lot of old school that was in the tent at the time when they were recording.
But you know the man who kept on, held on to a lot of the songs, Twatine. But it would be on the cassette. You would have them on cassette.
Okay,
I don't think he ever moved them to CD.
Oh really?
No.
I need to hand down Quatina to be
Yeah, and
Marshall.
Twatine, a lot of that stuff there. He gave me some, eh?
Yeah man, yeah boy, let's...
So, 87 there.
Yeah.
87 now, I had that Go Tell John Compton Revelation, it was called. I've heard many men sing song about their vision, moves for composition, just for competition. But little song is no fiction. Not like me to call him a politician, no, no, no. But a flame of fire appeared unto me, and a voice said, I am the Lord Almighty, and I want Jah call Ashanti to go out for me. A message from me, something like, go tell John Compton that Jah say,
Wow, that sounds so
that
cool.
I don't like how we move on the up and song. You like many guns, And ammunition while the people live in destitution.
Why?
Shining give me that melody there.
The great Gregory Manuel.
Gregory Manuel give me that.
Yes,
I don't know if he was happy about the kind of lyrics I put on it, them kind of lyrics. But I was easy. After he played on the melody and pan,
right,
and I put the words on it. Marley Way, that melody was given to my Clarence Joseph. He gave me a chord structure and I work with it. Just like you get a rhythm, it was like a rhythm.
Okay.
And I put the stuff on it. So Clarence Joseph, a lot of people don't know that. I'm trying my best to say it, but everybody, the words they are all about, you know. But the melody was suited the words. It was fitting. The brass line.
Yes.
When you hear that.
That getting me ready for Juve. One time.
Great arrangement.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Every little passage of that song.
Yeah.
You anytime Ashanti sing that, it has to be number one request song. That and Bourgeois Palmali.
Yeah, that's why I tell you.
Songs there.
That's why I keep telling him you doesn't mention me in your interview. Go and sing a happy song. Go and sing a happy song. Leave my song alone. You not tell you don't want to mention my name. A lot of these people. Let me tell you something, Panras. It took me 20 years to get $1 in Calypso. Invader come and bring a little change there for me in 1999. And I write it in 1980. 182 there I started to get you. $1. Nothing, all them road mads or the Mali way to Opromet, all them tune there. I didn't put Rambo in competition. It was just
and that song was so big too.
I started a producer career from that stage.
Yeah.
I went into recording.
Yeah.
From around 89, we did Body Press.
Yeah, Black Eye.
Yeah. But 88 was Upomet. I was still not in St. Lucia, I was in England at the time. Upomet, C-O-A Pilet.
That's the next title for it, Upomet.
It's Empty Promises.
C-O-A Pilet.
You know it as C-O-A Pilet.
Yeah.
But there are people that know it as Upomet. But the name I gave it was Empty Promises. That happens a lot. My song was called Safara Song. They call it Mali Way. I had another one called Take My Money. They call it L'Argent. So I have no control. The people know the thing, you know?
Pense, JahT, I feel you. What we feel go kick off is another story. Donovan Kenty says, what about COA Pilet? He just said that's like me, Uncle said. Yeah, he just mentioned it. Yeah. So, boy, let me tell you, so we're here with JahT. You know, what's your real name, JahT?
Oh, me. Stephen Trevor Anthony, Saint Anthony, S.T. Anthony, Saint Anthony.
How long name so?
Stephen Trevor Anthony.
Yeah. That's a unique name, man.
Saint Anthony, yeah, so all that there happening there is not me. I just more or less going with the flow.
Yeah.
You understand? Some things just meant to be. Even Taj Weeks can claim is he writing them songs. Yeah, some nice songs that I have.
Yeah, some really good.
Them things there, like Bob like I tell you, them things there is Jah the control, the way Taj spread it. You know Taj Weeks have a day in Buffalo, Taj Weeks Day. In America there.
Yeah, I know he was huge. I know he's huge internationally, but I never knew that.
They have a population of about 500,000 people, but they have a Taj Weeks Day, and the man not well. They give him an ambassador thing here. That is more politics thing. But the man not know, you know, the man make his name for himself, you know, and that's the blessings of Jah doing them things there. Yeah. You understand? Yeah. When you're blessed. Nothing can stop it.
That's true. Facts.
Nothing.
Yeah. That's why, you know, I thought it was a formula you used to become a writer. Like, you know, of course you read and you do certain things, you have intellect and intelligence. But a blessing cannot be described in words, you know. When you have a blessing,
it's a blessing.
that's just something God give you as a gift.
You meet the right people to inspire you. You find yourself in the right places to take you where you want to go.
Yeah.
Everything is already worked out. So when people see you, they figure you're so brilliant. You yourself just go into the flow.
Right.
And it's just the control tower, you know?
Yeah, boy.
Can't stop it.
But we have a lot of pit stops to make. Let me tell y'all. You see, look at this list. Y'all see that long list of songs and the years? This is extensive. I don't even know if you'll have enough time really to talk about so many songs that JahT written. I mean, for all of the top artists in St. Lucia, you can think of the mecca artists. I mean, year after year after year, sometimes consecutively year after year, just road matches he has written. And also, he has his foot in producing as well. Right?
Yeah, I got a Bellwave, which I was very proud of, award for Best Producer in 1991. I just started it because I did Body Press in 90 and Rambo Diplomacy, a second song. And I was already receiving Best Producer. Everything is me, is Jah again, you know, these things come. And it was Dave Samuel who was producing at the time stuff.
Okay,
local stuff. He used to produce local stuff. And there was KK Elohim. Now, big respect for KK. So when because it was Rambo Diplomacy, and that was a nice piece of work, you know. At that time, that was probably top tune around Calypso for that year.
Yeah.
So I understand why they gave it to me, but and Mr. Belgrave represents what I try to do. Mr. Belgrave was a man who helped youths in the street, educate them, taught them.
I heard about him.
Mr. Belgrave did a lot of work.
Responsible for what they call it, the Boys Club or something?
A lot of things Mr. Belgrave did, you know, one of them wealth people, you know, who try to develop the community. There's another one I have to bring up. There's a guy called Tony Martino.
Yes.
I don't even hear about that man.
The MC back
No, not just an MC. As the list of the things the man did, you know, MCing. The man had a group called Strollers. So he used to be involved with us in the days of live wire show. And then the man used to organize football competitions for youths all over Marshall, Wildworks, Leslieland. All the youths who could have been bad youths like the youths today. They were concentrating on the competition. He started clubs like the Leslieland Club, the Cedars Club, and a lot of other little clubs along the way. And nobody mentioned that guy. This guy should have a statue somewhere down.
Yeah.
The amount of young men, all them Cedars fellas, and all these young men were disciplined in life and living full lives, you know, contributing to the society. And it's because of Tony Martino that happened. So I just want to mention Tony, you know.
Yes. Yeah, I only heard of him as an MC, but you know, being that I'm so young, you know, you hear along the way certain things, and you're educating me as well. I'm learning a lot of things because I'm interested in a lot of history, and that's what I do, especially on my YouTube channel. I promote a lot of music, and you know, I speak to. I grew up with elders as well, so I look at you as like one of my, I could say like maybe, you know, a father figure.
I would be a father figure.
I know it. And then we go down the line now. Yeah. So Don't Panic, we mentioned that, right? Yeah. Don't Panic, Think Fast, Empty Promises with the Body Press now, 1989.
Right. So I decide that competition thing, the way that thing going there, I really want to be in that. You understand? And I wanted to do something to create more recordings in St. Lucia, because I tried locally with that. I remember that partner Miller, Keith Miller, and two real jing, and we tried a thing with Ashanti, and that never really happened. So I then decided to go to Trinidad to find people who involved in the business, so I could probably, you know, get a couple recordings done with professional backing and stuff and studio work. So I went down there. And while I was down there, I opened a newspaper, Express, and I see a stit where a man called Kenny Phillips in Marshall singing Kaka. I say, hey, but I want it. But that's true. I like the man thinking. So I went in the People's Mall there at the time in Trinidad. I know fellas there. Brother Resistance and Mandela. All them man is rap so artists. I knew them man, you know, and you go in there. I used to line by the shotgun, buy incense and thing. I used to be doing a lot of business there at the time in that place. Bringing incense and hemp. I bring all them things in Lucia. Hemp. Well, take over the place, me doing that thing. So I went there and asked them if they could link me with that man. They had a number right there because they are running the Calypso thing, organization. Is Brother Resistance. To call some names, so I think they have. He running that. And my real blood, we linking in England as well. They used to have his girlfriend at a shop up there. He used to be there. So he gave me the number. And the man living right in San Fernando. So I call him on there and the man tell me, yeah, alright, wait. So I come down San Fernando and check the man. Kenny Phillips, see the big fella have a big studio record radio station.
Yeah, radio.
Yeah, me see. Yeah. So I go down there and I met that man. And yeah, he's a nice person now, you know. Yeah. And he vibes and things. It's time there now. Me see a little wooden box so it has the man recording thing for voicing. Real, you know, just starting something. The man didn't really have nothing going on. Nobody really knew the man. Huh? Right. I come there and we did a body press thing. 1,000 US. Black Card make a contribution. I put half. And we started like that. And when we came back, I remember Timothy Polio was the first DJ at Radio St. Lucia to play that song. I remember he played one time as I still walk in there by that time. And he played for me. And that was a start of the recording. Don't panic, we never really put that on vinyl. That was probably on cassette and thing. Okay. But that one day, we had that on vinyl at the time. And got it out and got a good reception. Body press girls, you know, was a phrase at the time. And when I body press, especially a woman.
Press, and she couldn't care less.
She couldn't care less. She just want that body press. And mommy says she don't mind her number 8. Yeah. So you see, I kept bringing the patois influence into the music. When I did that in Mali way there, bringing Creole into Calypso, nobody was doing that. Huh? One man I noticed coming in the tent there, a fellow called Heater. And every time the man come and sing his Creole King there, the place mash up. I say, hey, oh, it's so Creole. Yeah, so I give it a little try with the one word, Mali way in that song. Because I picked that up from country. Okay. Yeah, I say Mali way. People in town were not calling us Mali way. People in town didn't want people to know the word. And they were not speaking Creole neither so much. But I like the response Hita was getting. That's how the Creole started coming into my music. I see. Yeah. So we body press, we go down with that. And then if we went a little later to do Rambo. Now,
diplomacy, which we have a vinyl right here.
Yeah.
We show them.
Now that
Rambo diplomacy.
That was done by Funky Wire. The guy doing the reggae version, that was Shabba Rank's manager at the time. A fellow called Nami.
Make sure y'all can see it. Y'all can see it? Nice. Yeah, that's just, you can just read a few words on there. You know, all the info is there. What I'll do, I'll probably take a screenshot of it, I'll upload it on my page later on so you guys can read the credit.
Yeah, the fella, he spent his money on that. He used to work for Sony Records. Yeah. So he used to bring me up there. If I wanted to go big in music, I had all the opportunities. Yeah. Beating Kenny was one. Kenny wanted me to stay in Trinidad. And going Sony Records with Funky Wire. Bono the man, he has Bobad and Funky Felicien. And he used to bring me up in Sony Records with him. All the people were right there. I could have get a little songwriter, something going on. Because I had the ability to do that as well. As long as putting words together, I can do that You understand? And we did that Rambo diplomacy thing. The song, a lady in England decided, well, that song just hit her. She was Jamaican, and she had the links and had us playing on the radio.
Yeah.
BBC One. When the song run BBC One, you large. BBC One.
Yeah.
No, there are a lot of BBCs, but BBC One. And they have a Caribbean program once every week. I got played there every week. Go get and play there. Because the guy, Isaac Williams was his name, the guy brought me all the way to Luton where he had a bigger stint going on in Luton radio station and did a long interview and all that. So I met a lot of these people, Jazzy B, all them guys were happening at the time.
Okay.
I meet guys like Barrington Levy. I used to go places as well as
all
them.
The stars and them?
As well as them. Come and introduce yourself.
Wow.
Because in them times, as you could see my locks and things, them days there. I was young and beautiful, now I only beautiful. Then one day I traveled from London to Trinidad as well. They were going to do a gig for my partner. So I've really met people who could have, taken me in. People who were impressed with some of the stuff they read and wanted. Kenny asked me to stay in Trinidad. I didn't want to. Because he wanted to teach me mixing and all kind of thing. And that was too much for my head, pal. When I need a mixer, I'll come and check you.
Yeah.
The little boy now who was there while we were doing one thing, his name is Casey Phillip. But he says one of the top soca producers in the world presently. Right. This was a little fella there. I assure you, the man has his own little studio. His father built for him in a corner there. This was about 7, 8 years. Younger than that. Mr. has his own little studio. A little mini thing his father set up for him. So that's how young he started doing that stuff.
Wow.
So I know them little partners there from time. And Skenny now, my blessings are there. All that like Marshall used to come there during the time. We doing Spang along all them fellas. All Rash Shorty I met him there. We spent a lot of time, he's been there all day. So I learned a lot from him,
them,
the history.
Yeah.
Chini Vaz is at me right, a lot of top song right at the time, Preacher. That one write how much thing? Preacher, a lot of songs, eh?
Yeah.
He used to ask me to write things because he wanted to do Zouk. But leaving Rambo diplomacy and them thing there now, we come into 1991.
Yeah.
Now
that song for me was, I mean, for me is I don't know if you would say it was your biggest song, because there's so many songs that just is right behind it or is right there neck and neck with that song. In terms of the popularity, the Duke Mill album. I remember my uncle bought that album in 2000 when it came out, and it had Team Duke and all these songs on there, and I think that song was like #1 or something so on the album. And boy, I tell
Rambo.
you, Rambo Diplomacy. But to me, when I heard it in 2000, I said, but to me that song came out a long time ago. Now mind you, I'm a youth, right? Yeah, we're talking about Duke Mill. This album right here, the Mill. That's what they call it. The Mill.
Like
I always call it Duke Mill.
Yeah, the way I spell the G. I didn't do
yeah. Well, you see, I
didn't
pronounce
do
it
the
wrong.
part where I made French way. It's name in 2000.
The Mill.
And if you look at the cover of it, you see it was like expecting that kind of COVID thing coming. You could see a COVID, people screaming. Yeah, because 2000 they said your fridge would their computer wouldn't be good again. Yeah, I even wrote a song for
the world was coming to an end.
The world was coming to an end.
Yeah.
In 2000. I even wrote a song up like that for Invader. That's how he came second. Invader. I ain't reached there yet anyway. Take my morning time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ain't reached there yet.
We ain't reached there yet.
1991.
Yeah.
1991 was the year I did that.
Okay.
That's the Reasons album.
Okay. Central Bank of Iron.
Yeah. And that's the Reasons why that's it.
Because you guys getting the full vinyl, you ain't getting CD or cassette, this is vinyl, History right here from St. Lucia.
The painting that was done by great artist Ricky George, who did the sculptor, the John Compton statue.
Yeah.
He did that painting for me.
Right. It's the history there right here, man. You might see it back to front, but if you want to recognize anybody, I'll bring it closer. These are the guys on the album here. Final history. What year was?
What is it? I even remember around 1991.
Yeah.
Around 1991 or somewhere.
Okay.
But reasons. That was one of the best experiences I had in that music thing. Yeah, man. Because the thing about it is that Piper is a big man. It's not a little fellas. I dealing with a big man here. You understand? And Piper understand things. Piper had full confidence in me. You understand? I wrote the song and he didn't complain nothing. He arranged it and we went all the way to Trinidad. All of them fellas did them, how many fellas in the band? We went to Trinidad by Kenny Phillips to do that. Yeah. And Davis did a song called Walk Up.
Okay.
Walk Up. Yeah, Davis did that song. And that project, after I did it, I realized the way record companies work at the time. You do, to market the song, you have to go on tour. You don't really making a profit of the tour per se, but it's a way of marketing so that you get more CDs, more vinyl sales.
Yes.
That's how it works with the big company. So I decided to try that as well. So I went to England because I was already going there every year. I had enough girls selling tickets. So when I went up there, I linked up with Darby and told him my plan. Now Darby is a good man to know in England, especially like that, because Darby know people, boy. Darby. Without Darby, I wouldn't be able to do it, honestly. And Darby hooked up with a next man called Zook Beat. Boy, that man's a DJ.
Okay.
I am country sometimes, but the man know people, boy. And I linked with them two man, and believe me, to get business there was another problem because I had no money. I have no money. Now all that thing going on, a lot of money spending now. Jah, again, the money just coming when it has to come, some way, somehow. No family never support me. Nobody never sponsor me. No government never give me a penny. All just blood, sweat and tears. Helping people realize their dreams. I knew I wouldn't get paid, but I was doing for the kicks because at the end of the day, every one of them give me a kick. All them artists I work with the exception of Reasons and Root CPM. All them other artists wishing I was dead today so that they could have their way. It's unbelievable. The man, I do talk to them, man. Who cursed my mother, who pulled a post, who pulled, I tell a man, just the arranger we have, the man make a big money, just the arranger to pay $120 at the time, $60 or something. Man pull a post on me, I say I'm going to get licked down here.
What?
They have a female one when she win her money. The girl take my song and she go and record the next song. I tell her you cannot do that. But when she get her money, she vex the girl 10 months on me. I said, Monsieur, this girl still want to take my song and go and record. I tell you, you can do that. The girl tell me if I come back, she's stabbing me. And the girl still record my song.
What?
And you know, the thing about it
It's
is
your song.
my thing, the thing about it at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's a fight.
They just take the money. For kicks I doing it. Now that's a song, yeah, doing it for kicks.
Yeah.
The money that finish fast and they just be back on their ass. You understand? And they come and ask me for a loan. I'm there, baby.
Right.
They come and ask me for a loan. I try to understand. My pay coupon.
You know that, and that's one thing I hate. You that's they call it. I call it fight down. You see, we trying to work to make something happen.
That I have no interest in that. It's all about for you I doing it.
Right, precisely.
And that is what you're doing me.
Yeah.
All of them who curse my mother, they know themselves. Who tell me they go send hitman, who tell me they go pull their gun, that's the picker one. He go pull his gun and shoot me. All right, man, I mean, just because I'm speaking the truth, eh?
Right.
But at the end of the day, there's the tribulations you have to go through when you're trying to help people. You know, you try to help them, and it happens almost each time. You hardly get somebody who's grateful. And I learned in life that gratitude is a magnet for miracles.
Yes.
But if you diss me and you dissing Jah because Jah thing not there, as I say to you, I'm not responsible. I don't know how these songs coming about. I'm not taking any credit for it. So it's Jah thing not there. So when you take Jah thing and you want to diss Jah again, JahT, you don't know it's blighting yourself. All them fellas there, you go nowhere, not one of them. All of them, they dead already.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
Well, boy, let me tell you.
So anyway, we went England on the tour. We make the money. The fella at BWIA, Ronald Phillip, he's dead right now. May his soul rest in peace. The man give me credit $30,000 in both of airline ticket. He was the boss up there. And I hoping that the dance are going to have will raise that money. My youth, the first dance we had, one big hall. We had to send people back home. Not even reggae artists.
Some reasons of it.
Boy, but influence on WC column was humbling. Two reasons. The fella owned the place, the nightclub. One big hall, I tell you. The man calling me and tell me, boy, when he arrived home after the thing, there were so many messages on his machine. And when he answered, when he listened to them, there's people saying, please. He thought was a death in the family, but people saying, please, can we have another one?
Wow.
Can we have? But by that time, I done book with different nightclubs, and you sign agreements within a certain area. You will not keep another one there. Yes, so I signed these agreements. But we went to Belgium and Germany from there. We met a,
really?
Yeah, we met a impresario, he called himself. An impresario is a promoter, and he linked us with a festival company in Belgium, and they had connection with one in Germany.
Okay.
So we went to Belgium on a ferry. The thing about them reasons, fellas, I never thanked them. Them fellas were so cooperative.
Yeah.
I didn't have any money to go and put them in hotel. I met seriously police brother in a pub he was running there. And the man, I tell the man my story, the man told me he have a whole floor upstairs there. I said, we go look at it. We get some mattress. The fellas sleep on the mattress. The fellas never complain. The reasons fellas. Moody, Faye, Mafias, O'Connie, all them man there, the drummer man.
Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie. All them man, the man take it the way it was.
So the people was enjoying the local music in these places that you're told you're doing originals.
Let me tell you what reason, but the thing is, I hear Laja playing on the radio in Belgium when we going on the bus. The fellas promote the music.
Yes.
Now the thing about it is that we went to Belgium, took a bus, went to Germany, performed there. Square One was playing there. And that place in Germany. When we finished play, Square One didn't even want to go on stage. Alison Hines was a little backup girl in the band. She come and introduce herself. Seriously. Yeah, man. She was a little backup girl in the band all the time. It was more the fellas singing the songs.
Right.
And when we done play there, and it's a mash up the place. God, white people.
I could imagine. I wish we had footage of that.
That's the thing. At the time,
Yeah.
I didn't have video camera and everything. Money was low, the budget was low.
That time you're kind of excited that you're out there, you know, you're more out there, you're not really thinking of archiving it or anything like that.
I was never really on like that. I was just going in the flow and never really look at it as something that important per se. It was just like helping people realize their dreams. And when these people realize their dream, I realized my dream too, because that's what I gave my life for. Helping people go places and things. And we had that experience and thing. When we came back to Belgium now, this is where the main show is. They had about 20,000 white people. People, never see people so. And reasons, the main act, they had Roy Morgan from Jamaica, they had Gasoline from Zukban.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, Gasoline.
Yeah.
All them was there.
Yeah.
We travel on the bus with Gasoline going to Germany.
Okay.
And them was one of the main act. Reasons, last act on the show. When Robbie singing Woolly Woolly, and a woman in front of a woman, yeah, about 6 in front and 6 behind. Oh,
that's why you had a line in the song that says something so. Woman in front of a woman behind.
Yeah, Robbie plays 20,000 white people, and that was a non-traditional market. I had little fellas now go to New York for Labor Day, the hall empty, and the fellas, they give Christopher Hunt $1 million. A lot of money to go New York with some fellas, and all the pictures I seen, the hall's empty.
Wow.
I know that I never get, if I never get 200,000 US or dollar things.
Wow.
But I never get money from government. I know why. You know the fellas, hey, I have song after song after song. Yeah, 40 years I write in, but the years I actually took part might come to about 10, you know. So all what you see in there, it's only 10 years I actually took part.
Okay.
You understand? So if I have 6 road march, that's from 10 years
of writing.
All the other years like I spent doing reasons.
Okay.
Stuff like that. Like between 1991 90 thing, then I went into New Wave Video. That's another blessing again. And my other business there wasn't doing too good. And I took over, I fired everybody and bring new staff. And then Inland Revenue could tell you the rest.
Right.
The blessings again. And I was able through that to get revenue now to do the Damien album. We spent a lot on that. And a lot of other little projects. We did workshops for the South. They didn't even want to give me my company a little play. You see how people are? Just a mention, no a mention.
Right.
They didn't want to give us a mention. They want to blacks, they do their own thing.
Yeah.
The Wilkinson fella. But anyway, I ain't worried them. We did workshops for them, and then we did for all the schools in Castries to kind of brought Sion and different writers. I think Isai was involved as well. Okay. To teach the young and aspiring young people, because the schools competition was really started by Controller and I, and the ministry took it from us.
Right.
The inter-school competition, the Controller and I started that. And the ministry. That's how I met JahT and Morgan and Barney in that and the school all the time.
Roger says, let me just do this quickly. Yeah, so people, we sit down here with the man JahT. Alright. Roger says, fighting against the rats, fire burn them politicians. Ras, you're an icon in them. You're an icon in this. Them better give you your flowers now. And that's what I was saying. Better give your flowers now than later, because at the end of the day, you know.
I mean, I already want no flowers. I good.
You know. Let's give me a second. Let's see. Alright, so we're going down the years now.
So we just do reasons there.
Yeah, so you wrote, actually I saw something last night. Last night I was online and I seen an album that has most of Reasons hits. And your name is on there.
That's Piper and them made their own CD. After a while I was somewhere down the line. They had their own stuff, which I wasn't connected to, and they did, and they put Lasham on it.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's my credit, you know.
Right,
Because the Lasham was done between Piper and myself in terms of the financing of it.
Okay.
Yeah, so we both own rights to the material.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So he put it on his CD. I have them on mine, you understand? Street case. But I have to thank Piper because you see Piper had confidence in me. Even if just so you take in your fellas and bring them right to India and don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
They didn't know that I had work permits and everything with a custom going New York like that. And we had everything organized. You understand? We were surprised that, you know, because they probably said they'll come on holidays, only to find out that we had the work permits to show. It was a properly done thing, you know. And Piper put his full confidence. I have to give him big respect for that because, you see, I couldn't get my own family to have confidence in me like that.
Yeah.
You understand? I had the man come with his boys, a whole crew of fellas. And the fellas come up there, the fellas take it hard on the ground. We did that 3 years straight, England. Yeah. And not a flaw, we had no hiccups, no in the whole, everything flew, not one little problem, nowhere, no time. Jah blessings again.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, man. Because unless Jah was seeing what you're doing, you're wasting your time.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah, you have to have faith and belief.
That's
number one. And then all the blessings will flow.
Yeah.
And the rest is history, as they say.
Well, making life hard for themselves simply because the government do it. They're trying to do it on their own. But without Jah, you're just wasting your time. Yeah. Without Jah.
Yeah, people. Unsung influences. This is the man JahT, who has written for so many artists. I mean, a long list, years of work and hard work and dedication. And as you can hear, he's telling you the struggles that he's been through in his life, how he got burnt in the industry as well. All right, and you know, he's mentioned a lot of people that I also want to talk to, like Piper. And maybe some members from the Reasons Band I would like to sit and talk to, because like I was telling him in the beginning, a lot of our history is not archived, which is really sad, you know. The songs that he's written, some of the recordings hasn't been archived, and you wouldn't expect, for, especially back in the earlys, some of these songs won't be archived, but later on in the years, you know, we enjoy a road march, and then at the end of the day we forget about the writer, we forget about who put together, you know, the whole production of these songs and so on. So yeah, Mr. Augustus, big up yourself. Alright, very interesting and important interview. He says Roger Samuels, yes, link up in London. Mr. Sean Belly said big up yourself. Karen Toby, I will save the live. Thank you for tagging some people and thank you for sharing the live, people, you know. JahT, let's go down the line because we have so many years to cover. Like I said, we might not even have enough time. We are already here for 2 hours.
No, 91, you're heading straight into, maybe you get past in 95. Oh, yeah. We haven't touched on Christopher Neal and Vivian Simon.
Yeah, we get to speak about it, you know. I ain't going nowhere. You have anywhere going?
No, but so much things there.
There's so much extensive history because, like I said, there's so much work year after year. Every single year, you have written a song and it has become a road match, except for maybe an exception, of maybe 2 to 3 years. But every single year, the man has come up.
But the thing about it is that I never went after the titles.
Yeah.
But what was important to me is that I have what you call the song of the festival.
Right.
You understand? And this happened in 91, like in 2001, when I didn't win anything per se, but Robbie had I know there will be mountains, and trust me, the feedback I got from that, and up to a day like today, it was cool. So you see, it's a lot more than just doing it. It's what it brings to the people, you know, what it leaves, the inspiration they get from it. That's what's most important.
Yes, yes, definitely. Let's continue going down the years, boy. Oh gosh. Alright. So now we at let's see.
We had to go boom boom bye bye.
So Ghetto Unity. 1990.
Well, that's a song that never play on the radio.
Black Eye.
How about a lot of songs recorded never play on the radio?
Wow.
We have one if you had the call bombs. You know? I know they're wasting their time. Some people trying, their best to block me, this, that, and really, the kind of thing. And you see, I know they're wasting their time,
That time just came on the scene.
No, that was just there, 2000, 2002. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, was there way before that too.
We did an album with Black Pearl singing Sheo. Yeah. That was that album. That was the one that got. You just forget the other songs and you just take that one and the rest of the other songs just stay there.
Yeah.
But in 1995, thereabout, Christopher Neal was my neighbor.
Okay.
In Waterworks side. And he just came off the cruise ship with a lot of recording equipment.
Okay.
So here he was getting to get his name out there. And it was just a good opportunity for me now to do a medley of Boom Boom Bye Bye, Rambo, Mali. We always up tempo. So most of my songs are up tempo.
Yes.
If you notice, you might have a little exception of Stay in the Region and Free South Africa, but all the others is bouncy.
Yes.
No matter what. Okay, so when I realized Christopher Neal was back home, I started going by him, he hooked up his thing, and then we did that CD called Songs of Fire.
Okay.
And I heard a young lady singing karaoke. Her name is Vivian Simon. And I approached her, and she trusted what I was telling her.
Okay.
And she went with me and she recorded some of the songs on that CD.
Okay.
And that CD, I mean, really doesn't get played, but it was a lot of innovation. I'll finish with Calypso. It was a lot of thing like Crossfire kind of stuff. You know Crossfire first CD? Yeah, that first the pumping, that kind of vibe. I was experimenting. And I experimented. We had Major Rams was the #1 dancehall DJ in Trinidad. I got him on sing on the tracks with Christopher Neal doing most of the vocals. And I was very proud of that little CD because I started selling Point Seraphim.
Okay.
Because I had these people there, they were selling CDs. A nice little Indian lady and Malcolm Charles.
Okay.
Onyx brother. Their father used to work in the voice. Them fellas used to buy these CDs and sell them. I used to give to them. They wouldn't pay me up front, but when they sell, they pay me as we go along.
Okay.
And it was some nice good turnover, but it was a loan I took. I got a loan into the music. I got a loan and it was difficult keeping up with the payments. Sometimes not all the time things, you know how the cruise ship thing go. So, but in the end, we paid off the loan thanks to some friend. The loan got paid off and we were able now to get into the video business and we started making a lot of money. And so Calypso, like I was winning Soca Monarch prize was 10,000 at the time. I was winning Soca Monarch like every week in one shop alone.
Wow, imagine.
Yeah, every week. Weekend sometimes I put that in after the weekend because I had like 5 shops.
Okay.
You understand? That's just one from one shop. The main branch in down there. Yeah man, that just got again.
Okay.
Because everything I touch just seemed to just evolve.
What was the name of the shop?
New Wave Video.
New Wave, that was you. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
there's a partner of mine who asked me to see what could happen there, and when I started,
Yeah.
boom,
Very popular. Used to go there and
yeah,
make videos
we had
and
more people in the computer than the directory.
Yeah.
That's no joke. I got 2 girls that Catherine and Giselle and them and Maria, them girls, customers,
Yeah.
love them.
Yeah.
And they were able to use that now to give young people employment.
Okay.
And they got better jobs for them from there. You understand? A lot. I have a partner, I have a wife, he meet from there. A little partner, you know, and to get to you. And the man married a top lady there now, eh? You know, hey, the man sound good. And I'm happy to see this thing.
Yeah.
The other day by the gas station, a little youth man come and tell me, JahT, I say, I see like I know the little face somewhere. The man tell me, don't remember me, Gary. You gave me a job when I used to go comprehensive school. I don't remember the man voice. I see I do that in face. The man tell me, yeah. And even when I had to go into my sport, I couldn't come and work again. You were still giving me money. I say, I freak out. And the man told me he wanted to be like me so much, he opened his own body workshop.
Wow. You see that one?
But I say, what?
Anything you do, you know that you was
We
inspired
are
them and
inspired the man.
Yeah.
The man with me, man so happy. And the girls and the nice girls, yeah, them girls tell me I to work for you. I say, you nice, see? Yeah. And it was really good. That was the best part, you know, because I was able to give people employment. I got girls come from right Griffith, come to town to get a job. I even opened a branch in Griffith. But Griffith, don't want to open no business in Griffith. Don't go there. Griffith. But it was good, you know, I met Brian down there, we did business, and Brian was like my little brother. Yeah, all them fellas, all of like Michael Shasney. All them fellas, I still like me, them man, tell me a lot of things they shouldn't tell me, but they tell me. Anyhow, so I hold in secrets. When the Prime Minister father. Yeah. I still love them fellas. You see, Uncle Michael, he is, to me, I know him as Uncle Michael. Family thing, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. But I learned from all them people, but one of the biggest influences in my life was a man I met in 1983. I was just going to England for the first time, and because the girl, an Italian girl, was giving me the ticket, she was involved with one of his boys. So he wanted to know who's that guy coming in the circle. So the man come down and check me out. The man come out and check me out, interview me. Yeah, big interview. So the man say, wow, the man freaking out on the kind of things I telling him. The man's a billionaire.
What?
Yeah. He black pearl him, black pearl friend. He like black woman alone. He like.
You love black woman?
He love black woman. Black pearl.
Especially illusions.
Black pearl is, I don't know her, but the end black pearl friend. So that one gave me a place to stay in England. That's why I wrote the Malvern song. He had a place called Hamilton Palace. High cost estate, 100 acres. The man gave me a big gun, tell me I have to kill the rabbits. I don't know rabbits. The man have some expensive things there. I see like, boy, I have to use that gun.
Different lifestyle. You still in contact with him? Or?
Yeah, the man, is a man of mafia. Okay, he wasn't no gentleman, alright? Put it mildly. And he have 1,600 square miles of land in Zimbabwe. More than that I thinking about. 1,600 square miles of land in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is 160,000 square miles.
That's a large person.
Yeah.
How long did you spend in London, in England?
10 years, eh?
Oh, okay.
Back and forth and things.
Yeah.
So
and all during that time, I was still writing hits.
Yeah, all them Malawi years, all them Upomet, all them songs is them years.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that's my
yeah. That's your cousin?
Yeah.
Oh, that's my friend.
Yeah.
DJ's family.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and that one now, thing about that man is, he was kind to me, and he adopted me. He had no children. So like I was living inside of the man's house.
Okay.
The man tell me all his mafia business.
Yeah,
The man love people to know he's a bad man.
Mm-hmm.
Like he want to boast that to the world. The man go on TV on BBC and say them things, eh?
yeah.
How he kidnap a fella and put the man in the trunk because I steal his money.
That don't go like that?
The man on BBC big program called Panorama. The man say I kidnapped him and brought him to France. Put him in the trunk of a car, brought him to France.
Right.
And make him work till he pay off what he steal.
Right.
That's how he got the estate I was staying on. The fella bought it and make him guilty.
What?
A real bad man, but he was a big influence on me because he taught me many things that a father should teach a son. I have nobody to tell me the thing. One of the first things he taught me is that men don't choose women, women choose men in relationships. I found I had to understand because I thought I had speed. Remember I said no, because a lot of fellas saying hi, but you got the reply.
Yeah.
You understand?
Right.
So she chose you.
Yeah, because she's the one.
She's the one replying
Yeah.
to who she wants.
Right. Exactly.
So she chose you.
Exactly what I was going to say.
And that was a big one for me. I opened my eyes, to a lot of things,
Yeah. Look,
so,
one of the media houses say they want to, well, not media house, but somebody from the media house, Zanita sent in and she said pass the contact on. See what we were speaking about that earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Miss Karen Tobia says we hear the song so often, but do not take time to find out who the writers are. The contributions are invaluable. When we speak of the art form, it is a lot more than the calypsonian. The calypsonian is oftentimes the mouthpiece. It is the work of the writers, arrangers, composers in the background that work together to make a product that is enjoyed by the masses. Mr. Sean says, Songs of Fire, the mixed album with all the tunes alongside Christopher Neal. Selwyn Pascal, JahT put me on the Christopher Neal Rumors of Love music video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never forgot that song.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he just mentioned that there.
I forgot that song.
Yeah.
My goodness, them you there, play pan and different man.
Yeah.
Like 30 connection there.
Okay.
Yeah.
True Anthony said bless up family.
Yeah, family. It's a DJ in New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going down the line with the years. Right? I see an ending coming inside, with this list because at first when I start, I scroll all the way to the top. I say, boy, that go take about 3 more pages and I just scroll down, But the end is near. But we're enjoying the time so far, Thank you guys for listening. Remember to share the live. And this is called Unsung Influences with DJ Paneras. So far we did interview with John-T last week. You guys can catch that on my YouTube channel at DJ Paneras. Alright. The next year, JahT. So let's see, I don't want to skip anything here. So 91, larger my reasons. Robbie, you mentioned a lot about your work with Robbie and Reasons.
Yeah.
Walk Up For Them, 91.
Yeah.
2 hits in 91 with Robbie.
Yeah.
Davis Felix and the Reasons.
Yeah.
92. Bell No Bell.
Where we did that album in England. And I got J.G. Douglas, who's a St. Lucian, who really making a name out there,
Okay.
And J.G. Douglas got the UB40 engineer, UB40 engineer to come and work on that album.
Wow, amazing.
Yeah, and we brought Kenny Phillips as well up from Trinidad to England. So we had both Kenny Phillips and the UB40 engineer working on that Bell No Bell. But you know Bell No Bell song?
Yeah, I know.
It's on the day mail.
Yeah. Well, it's not only on that album.
Yeah,
I mean that song amongst all other hits was part of the album I was looking at last night online.
Yeah, Hold On The Pressure.
Yeah, all of these songs were on that album. There were 6 of them.
David sang a song, Leve, which I can still sell in Martinique.
Yeah.
I never really tried to work them in the Martinique market, even though I got links through Hillary. I never went back to try to use these.
Okay.
Yeah, but the Hillary one. So when I did that email, the Hillary one, producer, distributor in Martin got in touch with me, and I give him permission. Because at the time I didn't care, you know, okay, Martin, go in, let's go, man. I signed the agreement. What's the name? VP Records. That's the first generation song on the VP Soca compilation. Here I signed the agreement with VP Records. And the fella in Martin, I wasn't even taking me see on the amount of money I was making locally. Not for Calypso, the video shop.
Okay.
You understand? I wasn't studying little change thing, you know, small paper thing. And so when it took me a while before I collect from him in Martinique. It took me a while. The Hillary thing, when that Demir thing came out, Master Mix was coming for about 50 every day. I was saying like 50 a day, $50 a one. He was probably paid. I can't remember, he was paying $50 a one. Okay. He was probably selling for 60. Yeah, and the amount we were moving, we sold about 6,000 of these locally. But I had, before I did that, to make sure I pay everybody who had made any contribution on that CD.
Right.
You know,
so you see, I don't know if you were the only person doing that in St. Lucia, because you didn't really hear a record. Correct me if I'm wrong. We never heard of a record shop really doing that, especially as a producer songwriter, paying back. You know, as if you're giving the guys something back for their music that they.
Yeah, like this thing. Only fella that thing there. Yeah, I'm gonna got $1,000 for his song, the vocal, and it's millions we're talking there. The among the songs that I've recorded at $1,000 US someone, each man get $1,000 for singing on it. And then you have the airline, because most of them recorded overseas. The hotel, the thing, and everything put together. Millions you're talking about there. And money, it never bothered me. I just did it because that is what Jah sent me to do, apparently. You know. So I do it, and when I help people get where they want to go, I myself get to where I want to go. Because my aim is to help people get where they want to go. It's like an opportunity creator thing. And right now we have the Zina and Johnny Foundation. I don't know if you heard about my daughter. I lost a daughter 3 years ago in a vehicular accident.
Which one is that? Who's your daughter?
Zina Anthony, that's her name.
Okay.
And she was 19. She had just finished her thing and was thinking about going to university and all that. And he got into a car accident just up there.
Yeah, sorry.
Now I can talk about that. I couldn't talk about that before, you know. I'd be crying like a baby. But now I can talk about it, you know. I had to go to the cemetery like every day. I still do. I was there today. Okay. So I mean, when I remember that, I still doubting that happened. That's not possible, you know. It's no way, and it made me really realize that when you get moments with somebody, you really appreciate, cherish it, because when they're gone, you realize how precious those moments were. It's really something, man.
Well, you know, the thing is, until some people don't learn to appreciate people until they're gone, you know. Some people don't know the meaning of that until somebody of yours close to your heart or somebody.
But that child and I was so close,
you know.
That little girl loved me, and the only reason I took that medal, that's a National Medal of Merit. The only reason I took that, some buds, they have buds they have buds. That's a silver. The only reason I took that was because my daughter was excited. She really, because she was into events, putting on events as well. She was friends with all them fellas singing in Trinidad already. She had opened her own business, registered at age 17. She and her little foster one, Peter Foster daughter. They had a thing called Luna Events, and they had put on an event already and wanted to do some more stuff. And then, boom, gone.
Yes, boy.
The child was number one on the dean's list at A-level college, eh?
Oh yeah?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Top girl.
Well,
She was
you know,
brilliant.
I want to say sincere condolences, you know, again.
Yeah, well, you know, I'll tell you what happened, though. I'll tell you what happened. Because I was totally retired when that happened.
Yeah.
And really was just about family, you know, when that happened. But when that happened, I wrote a song for her. It's in a song, it's somewhere in the thing I gave her. And after that song, the floodgates open, like I just started writing. I have like 300 songs on a computer there. New stuff.
Unreleased.
New stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody never see them.
Yeah.
I probably mentioned a hint or something too. I have one called Mwepa. You know Alan Chasney? His short for Alan is Al.
Right.
Okay? So here I have Guy Joseph saying Mwepa nom Al.
But you ain't say Alan, you kind of use that
A short.
thing,
A short for Al. Mwepa nom Al. It's basically saying he not Alan's boyfriend. That is saying that. Mwepa normal, but everybody know he not normal. Yeah, so songs like that, you know, kind of play on words like that.
Right.
I have like a good 200 of them there. Because it's only now like I getting into writing.
Right.
And I have no desire to work with any of them people again. Trust me, on that part there, I'll probably have to I don't know, give to school children. I rather work with the schools. Yeah, I rather work with the schools, like fellas like Sizzler, the little youth there. I've been with Sizzler for a little while there. And the man treat me with respect, you know, big respect. And we have a nice with family really, you know.
Right.
His mom and his father is a Rasta man. So we have one happy little family there. So that kind of scene I can deal with. But the other hardback fellas there, you know I call that calypso thing? A pack, eh? A pack what? I don't know. Because there's such a lab way and I see going on there. And they're not really creating a space for the younger children to kind of make the transition from the school to the big thing, because even when Mutsi came here and won with Hillary, they were saying how them fellas would come from New York. The man is a solution, eh? Right. They say how the man would come from New York and take their money. You shouldn't, I wouldn't even call the names I was saying that. But that's the way they want to rule their kingdom. Like it's their personal little private thing now going on there. And a lot of them there, they call them icon. Them is icon artists. Believe me, icon artists are there. Because them man there, they not really calypsonians. Believe me, from the heart, it's just about the fame and the money. If you ask them the history of calypso, they haven't got a clue.
You know, I agree with you to a high level, you know.
They haven't got a
Because,
clue.
you know, especially with the transition of students going into the 10th. You know, I've only seen a few. I remember Fluxy and you know.
But they get discouraged too.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the thing too.
Yeah.
But then again, I was watching one of Papa Veda's Kaiso corners, and I forgot the guy's name. He was explaining how much it costs for the tent and all these things and all these factors that are involved for the carnival season, and it's not easy coming up with a budget, you know, for carnival and things. So.
Yeah, these people get in. I run tent, right? I paying everybody. I used to bring foreign artists. I brought Black Stallion and them, and the show thing was so good. Black Stallion and them, if I cannot give them a little extra, so everybody was rolling. I run tent and I paid because we moved to the thing. Even when Suku and them were running the tent in the town hall, Suku and them used to pay the 300 capacity, you know. And even then the show was $20 already. That's 40 years ago. Show was already $20. The Calypso Final was already $50, which is the price today still. It's because there was such great demand then.
Yeah.
And even Suko and them, doing a 300 capacity, were able to pay the band.
Right.
They were able to pay every singer and still have change. Where he could help get you build a house and all kind of thing was going on there.
Right.
With the change. So when I heard people complain today, they get 30,000 sponsorship. I heard the one that trying to discredit me running take over 10. I seen you get 30,000 sponsorship from Digicel.
Right,
I
so,
never got no money.
Yeah, so that puts you as you're able to kind of fund whatever you need to fund. Because
Yeah,
you're getting
get 30,000. The guy in government doing this, doing that. The fellas on them, they never asked me what I was doing. They're too ashamed to ask me what I was doing to make the thing successful because they all got it at that point. I took it from there. Lorna, Lorenzo, Michelle and I, we used to have meeting in Carlos Michel custom brokerage place. And they were planning and doing everything. I used to go out looking for sponsorship for the Calypso finals.
Right.
And DOAC gave me a travel bag. That's all I got there. For sponsorship of a Calypso finals.
Wow.
Yeah, I used to go and look for sponsorship. And yet we were still able to pay the prize money, this, that, until the money started going up and going up till they start getting car. But for it to reach there at that point where the crowds were now interested, where Calypso was bigger than politics. People more interested in Invader and Pepper and them fellas than they were interested in politicians. But by that time Compton was in charge and they ran things. You know? Another thing that happened during that time there, I must mention the politicians themselves now were trying to, you know, George Odlum take that Malawi song. Like it's easy. The man never paid me royalties. George Odlum.
Oh, his company?
Yeah. Market Step. First song. Na 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 Malawi. And every weekend you have that Malawi word in the Crusader. Yeah.
And that's another thing too, you know, playing your songs on the radio. I noticed that, you know, that when your songs get played on the radio, as far as I see it, in big international countries, you get paid for your songs being played on the radio.
You see on BBC One?
Even if you write it, you still get a percentage. But I guess that's
no, the artist not getting anything. It's the writer.
Yeah.
The artist might get it. They have some mechanical rights.
Right.
They have that as well. But the songwriter, the author, the composer, because the author writing the lyrics and they have that a lot, and the composer doing the music. You understand? And together, if you do both, then you use total.
Right.
But when your song play on BBC One, was at the time, them Mambo days, 1990, it was £80 a play. So we're talking for it 36.
Yeah, so you're eating. Yeah.
You play every week for the month. You could cool out, you understand? 2-3 times. Now on BBC One TV, if a little piece of your song pass in a jukebox playing in a little soap opera,
right,
£800. And that's paid by BBC and them.
Jeez.
Because BBC and them people collecting television license. That's how they run.
Yes.
You have to pay a license. Everybody for TV. They even have fellas passing you check to see if you pay out. If you have a TV that you pay it, you come and
that's what I'm saying. You know, the seriousness of it is that you guaranteed to get.
You get money because
money.
BBCs have millions of pounds to play with. So they pay high. BBC One is £80 and on BBC One TV you get £800. So if they do a little documentary on you, you're eating good.
Boy, I'm telling you.
So I got opportunities to do BBC interviews in the Belgium and thing days there, and it was good because even then it's more in my direction, the cameras and the thing were coming. Because I was the Rasta, it was more like the band was there, but more like me they want to interview. I don't know why.
Right.
But that's what it was. And the thing I was saying about the politicians, they were piggybacking on Calypsonians in them years. That's how powerful Calypso was. You understand? That rich rider there. It was so popular that Peter and Company were giving a whole car. Because they didn't just do that.
Yeah.
They have to be getting some kind of visibility when they do that, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was at that point, and then you have money gone here, money gone, all kind of money gone, money gone. Where the money gone, let's start writing song.
Boy, let's go down the years, JahT, because, what, yeah, people, this is JahT, alright? This is called Unsung Influences with DJ Paneras. Remember to check out JahT's interview on my YouTube channel. It's also on my Facebook page if you want to check out my videos on there. And you know, I want to continue this, and I also need your support. Okay, if you guys head to the YouTube, I'm gonna edit this and upload it. Alright, so if you guys want to support, the links will be there. And yeah, man, JahT 19 boom bye bye. Boom bye bye, because we already passed all the reasons, you know, all the reasons hits.
Yeah.
You know, hold down the pressure, all of these things we discussed.
Hold down the pressure.
Now, boom bye bye, let me tell you, man. For me, my personal favorite, I don't even know if it's number one. It has to be my top 3 favorite songs locally. Boom bye bye, I remember going to school and coming home, doing my homework. Then the news would start at 7 o'clock, but right before the news started, you'd always see a music video come on HTS or DBS. And I remember that video so vividly down in Marsha there.
That's Colin Wicks.
Yes.
He did that.
And I remember that, I tell you, I picture in it, you know, even Calypso did, I just picture in my head there now too, watching the video to these songs. And I mean, Calypso was just the talk of the town. Everything was, we supported our thing very, very heavily, you know. And years passed, you know, we never thought that we would have 9/11 and all these things. And I think at that point the world really got dark. We kind of started getting selfish in our ways and so on and whatever the case is. But I only started seeing videos come about when a Calypsonian passed away, like for instance, Get Through or Chassis. That's when you see that the media houses come together and they put a video and, you know, they do a report. But then you're looking for the videos. You know how many times I go to NTN, I go to all these other media houses and ask for these videos and they do not have them.
They don't have them.
They're telling you they must be in a pile or something. You know, they're giving you some kind of excuse.
Yeah.
You know?
Poor management.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, is that's why, and I'm sorry to say, you know, countries like Trinidad, Antigua, Jamaica, these countries have their thing archived, especially Trinidad. All of these songs from the beginning are archived. And I understand that we will not have all of our music archived. Some of it, you know, we didn't have the necessary equipment and whatever the case is, or if it's at Radio St. Lucia or whatever the case is, right? But boom bye bye.
Yeah.
Boom bye bye. Messenger.
Yeah. But, well, the problem is, a lot, to be honest, a lot of the youth and them there, they can't sing. Yeah, straight up, like, it's not everyone is an Ashanti. They have a passion for it. It's job. But the song Boom Bye Bye, Messenger had his chords. Messenger can play guitar.
Okay.
He plays guitar and he had his chords, you know, and thing. And he wanted me to help him put the song together. And at the time where he was staying there, it's his story right there. Like, then make a bang. I just him there,
yeah. Boy, I love that.
Now the thing is, the Chaussee part there, that is where Gabo had his yard. So when he say, if you see my cross, my landlord is the boss. That's Gabo right there. I don't want no enemy. Plus I'm living rent free. Right there in the yard, oh Lord, oh God. Yeah, but
Boy.
yeah.
Very, very, very well written.
I the man who love my peace.
I mind
I don't mind my own business. But now things really bad.
Yeah.
Now things are really bad. Lying there in the cabin, somewhere in the chaussee area. Like I locked for gunman. That's where they choose to have their fun. Gunman.
Boy.
Place like Lebanon.
Yeah. Cross man,
Big gun. Place like Agatha.
Gunshot fire.
Imagine.
Just like Bosnia.
Just like Bosnia. Imagine that way I learned the name of a couple gun because my boy had no gun name. Glock and them thing was talking. Long time it was Glocking and thing in place. It was bad in the place, long time. Now the thing is, second verse going. Right in the junction, leading to Leslie. That is Gabuyad again.
Yeah,
They had a gun shoot out there between police and a little partner from Marsha called Misha. Man who listening there know Misha. They kill Misha right there. I say, right in the junction leading to Leslie and can't tell police from Mafia. All man dressed like soldier. 13 their weapon, magnum big gun. It was on the morning in question was a ball and confusion. If you see people run.
I tell the melody boy. Who put the melody to his himself?
Melody, yeah,
Messenger.
yeah,
Wow, but
yeah,
it's really nice.
He's
The
in
melody
that,
is
yeah.
catchy, man.
Yeah,
You know,
melody.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he
so
can play
catchy.
his guitar and thing, yeah.
Wow, I never knew that he was a
this
guitarist.
thing, yeah.
You know,
You see how little tuning, but the voice they get in there. But it's killing him.
what boy?
I bought him Trinidad to try and put that down, eh? But we never went back to finish it. That was the same time Ashanti was doing Malawi. Can you still have that then Trinidad? Eh?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we started, we put down the main tracks and we put our guide voice. And when we came back, when we were going back now, it wasn't to be the bus run into a pole.
Oh.
Skid and run into a pole, Ashanti fly and break his arm.
What?
Look, sorry, that wasn't meant to be.
Y'all ain't that, eh? Boy, yeah, look stories I ain't for.
Yeah, Ashanti fly through the window and break his arm. Yeah, they send medical bills from after all that.
What? Jesus, man.
Yeah.
What?
We try and record that song, but it didn't go down. But I think Christopher Neal had a recording of it, which was on the video.
Yes.
But all these things, I lost all that.
Wow, boy. Man, I love that song so bad, eh?
Telephone System is the same thing, you know. Telephone System is his favorite.
Terrence Senro says Calypso gave life to brands during Carnival. Peter and company gave 2 cars plus 10 sponsorship.
Yeah.
Great writer. And Coma Messenger is the next boss. Calypso Ne was a big one, he says.
Calypso
Ne,
Ne.
yeah.
Yeah, that's his own thing. He
Yeah.
can write, yeah? He can do his own thing. The white brothers can write and ask me to write song for them. I'll be shocked.
Yeah.
So in 1999 now, I cooling out all them time. I have new wave video, money making, inland revenue collecting 31%. You go check the records.
Right.
So I making money. I give to them with the fellas on the thing. Because as far as I'm concerned, the fellas on them have no kind of appreciation for what I doing with them.
Right.
So I really, studying them calypso thing too much because I winning, as I tell you, Soca Monarch every weekend.
Right.
So I had a little problem there, some little situation there, but I was kind of disturbing for me, But like I was dealing with it. But look like Invader didn't believe the rumors that were spreading,
Okay.
Yeah, they say how I mad and thing. Now that's a real thing, because the people, somebody call somebody and tell them I'm mad, somebody who feel they ever say in my life. And that person now, won't you just act on what somebody tell them? and go and call police on me and all kind of
It's
thing.
called a hearsay.
Hearsay. Now, before the police come, I go up there and check the doctor. The doctor that in charge tell me, but nothing happened to you. Why? Go out home, don't wipe these people. Because you good for you come here. Because we get in calls and all kind of thing. So I got my home. Right about them by my auntie, I mean. A van load of police come there. Big guns. All I had to do was run. That would be the last year load I want.
What?
All I had to do was run. So I say, well, alright, when I reach up there, I go talk to them because I already go up there and the people cool with me. So I go do that again.
Right.
When I reach there, you know who I see in there? Happy the Castries sister that is the doctor there now.
Oh, okay.
You understand? All I tell the lady, I tell the lady, can I speak to my lawyer, please? She say, lawyer, call for admin for me. For admin, she call it. The fellow said, pick me up. I know when I go through that door, my name done.
Right.
Boy, I scream. Ah!
Oh my God. That
Next
must be
morning,
terrifying,
bright
boy.
and early, but that's the end. Next morning, bright and early now. I listen in a radio they're playing. They have me locked up, eh? I hear Jukba. Wait on the JahT la talk. JahT la talk, if you Jukba. But you know when Jukba drop that early morning?
Yes.
Wrong the island.
Yeah.
And not only wrong the island, there are people listening. All kind of places. Yeah, that's it. My name finished there, daddy.
What?
My name done. So everybody have a make quick to give me now. But you know what? That only have to make me stronger.
Yeah.
That's the worst mistake they make. Apart from that now, I'm a James Bond. I have license to kill. I have license to say anything I want.
Yeah.
Do anything I want. I have an excuse. I didn't have them with no green card. Just so they give me a green card. Because they have little fellas that want one. The little fellas don't go tell me, how to get one, how to get one. Yeah, the little bad fellas. Yeah, they don't want the green card. Because when you have that, you could do anything you want.
Do anything. Wow.
These people just do that. And they, you know, according to the mental health act, this is a hospital. There's no way police supposed to come and pick you up with big guns.
Yeah. Unless they have a warrant
To
for
bring-
you or something like that.
Yeah, unless you are a danger to yourself and others. That's what the law say. But they breaking the law all the time. It's a hospital. Somebody sick, they have to want to go there.
Yes.
You cannot force them in there. It's called a hospital. It's very simple. But what they do is break the law. They come for you some big guns. They tell you sick, let's go. It's just like COVID. Eh? If police come for you some big guns, say you have COVID, let's go and drop you in your... They cannot do that.
Yeah. Boy, lawless thing is only the in some Caribbean countries you find that.
I go to them people there.
Yeah.
That was wrongful detention.
Yeah.
That, apart from that, my name, because there's a stigma attached to that in St. Lucia.
Yeah.
But I have to live with that, and being able to live with that, it takes a certain amount of strength.
Yeah. Mentally
To be, yeah, and to be able to speak your mind without the fear that somebody will say that to you. It takes another set of courage, because you really don't have to care about what anybody say. And when you reach that point where you don't really care what anybody say, you're in a special zone.
Yeah. Boy.
A special zone.
Yeah, the fittest who survive.
Only the
everybody said
fittest
that.
is around.
You know?
Because that door, when they send you through that door part in St. Lucia, your career done. You understand? Your career there, especially when a very popular person. These people don't know what they're doing. And the woman doing that, they had a conflict of interest from my perspective. This was a conflict of interest. It was giving her an opportunity to bring me down so her brother can go up. Yeah. And you know what? They have trouble me because you see, I am the first one. A lot of fellas, great fellas, same thing happened to them because anytime you speak in the truth, first thing they'll do is call you crazy.
Yeah.
Look, the woman that come and talk about the COVID cure there. They don't say she mad already.
Boy, me tell you, we're not even going to go into like people like Dr. Sebi and people like that got killed for talking the truth.
The first child, they call you mad, and if that do work, they kill you.
Yeah. And then they blame it on something else. That's not what that
because when you hear things passing in the news, then I the reality.
Boy. Yes, people, we're talking with JahT, Unsung Influences. You know, thank you guys for tuning in. We're still gonna continue down with the years of JahT's contribution.
So 98, that is when my daughter was born, and that's when that happened. This 99 invader come and check me. Invader can rise his own sound, eh? But invader come and check me. He ain't believe that what he hear. It's quite obvious. He come and check me and tell me he want to win. And that's where the song come in, the larger song. Yeah. We went up by his partner place there, up in down there in Cul-de-sac there. And Ezra Sergis was there with his guitar and thing. And we went for them songs. And that's the one he chose. He chose that, and we had another song called Case of Emergency, dealing with the crime situation and how it got to where it is and stuff. It's a brilliant song. But it didn't really catch on. And then you had the Y2K one, which he sang in the calypso.
Yeah, I remember that song.
Y2K.
Yeah, the title I remember very well.
And the only reason Vera didn't win calypso, so come on an old match, is because in the calypso competition he repeated a verse in the larger song. And he didn't win everything that year simply because of that little mistake there. But he got what he wanted, and that gave me what I wanted. But I'd make him sign an agreement, huh? Yeah, Papa. We are signing an agreement, 50-50. And I ain't get exactly 50-50, but he had been a nice chunk for me. Right there, he come and drop it for me, you know, with Mario Michel and I was appreciative of that. That's the first money I touched in Calypso.
Nice.
Invader, I get to me.
Nice. Yeah, that's what we need in the industry, you know. Togetherness, no man ripping nobody off. We agree on something, that's it. That's how we keep moving forward, you know. Somebody asked, did you write Faye by Yadi?
No, Yadi did his own thing, but the influences from, because you see all the Denny segmenting that going on. It's coming from that same, the whole Creole incorporating the Creole. So the Mali way, them Poimet and them kind of thing, the influence of merging, fusing the Creole and the thing, just kept going in the Denny segment. You know, Kakal, all them man, they came and did their little party, the Chateau and the blah 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 blah. Kakal and them kept it going, you know, and it reached Denny segment. And by that one, so never was there. Some dancehall soca developers singing, one set singing dancehall soca, and the next thing can do. But I say, if you're eating a bread on YouTube or when you're traveling, I'm happy for you all. But that's not your own thing that day, okay? I know. And the next thing, I say the new segment for us, if you all like me. I say, you mean to tell me, your mother send you all to school to learn ABC and thing. And that's the kind of composition you're bringing home. Touch by like jiggle C, border, bumper. That is all the valid vocabulary. I mean, yo, you could write something. I had 6 road march, all were serious social commentary. People were dancing, all Rambo was playing dancehall in New York. You all could sing something and making sense. Uplift the girls. Don't bring the girls down, clap your toe, show you like it's your birthday. Sir. You know what I mean?
I made a status of that on Facebook. And some people were agreeing with me, and some people,
they have with that.
Some people were saying, oh, you know, it's a new time, we have to adjust to
the adjust time. To what? Adjust to what? Clap your crush bump. What was that? Bumper. The final vocabulary is like 10 words in.
You know? But you know, my personal opinion, I ain't knocking the verse on making their bread. You're making your bread, you have to eat.
I happy eating.
But yeah. But I agree with you a lot, because all the fellas singing, they say about the same subject.
Is that
about the same subject.
Because I write a couple of
You
that, different thing, eh?
Yeah. Now I seen man like Ted St. John is very creative with the Denry segment vibe. He put his little chord structure in it.
Yeah.
And you know, he has a very creative way of writing and doing music and so on like that. I respect that. But I must agree with you 100% what you say there, because
No,
let me tell you,
I encourage that.
you know, I agree with you 100% with that. And I ain't knocking the fellas like that. I'll dig the beat to the song, whatever is catchy or the thing. But I said that to other people as well. I will not sit there and listen and absorb
Too much of that.
I won't absorb it.
They put some stamps in the thing, man. You know, I happy the fellas claim they have how much millions views on YouTube. I don't know if they viewing themselves. Huh? I happy, bread it in. I happy. Trust me. I support the vibe going. And Nusha music wasn't going anywhere for a long time. And then they come there now. It's happening. Now that only tells you a lot about the market.
Right. Yeah, but you know, Terrence said that Sparrow sung about Saltfish, but the thing is, what's your take on that? Because I have my
the
own
Saltfish song, you could see it's a little play on words there. The fellas are playing on no words there about. When the fellas say touch clap, blah blah, jiggle by see wule bala. The fellas are thinking Sparrow is thought provoking. You wondering what you really talking about. You see that you say Saltfish. But it wasn't Saltfish, but you understood what he meant.
Yeah.
But you can't even accuse the man of anything, because it's not even he who writes the song in the first place.
Right.
But the writer is a fellow called Winsford Devines. He used to write all Sparrow songs. Winsford Devines from San Fernando. But the play on words, work in your brain, you're trying to figure out what he really singing about. Is it Saltfish or Saltfish? You wondering which is Saltfish. But it was a little more kind of intellectually stimulating, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, but the fellas just raw, and the fellas a little too raw, me say.
Be a little creative with it.
Yeah, because the thing is,
and that means that doesn't mean that it won't sell if you don't try to be a little creative and sing. You know, like the Compre students came with Do the Math.
Yeah, but
you understand? And it was catchy, the beat still there, you could still whatever, but you know, it doesn't have to be monotonous.
Right, you know the vocabulary is one little circle alone, a little pool. I don't know what kind of pool.
Now we go down the line, boy. Oh gosh. We still let me tell you something. With the list of songs that I have left by JahT and his work, that's another 3 hours of discussion. So we're gonna cover as much as we could. You understand? I'm happy that the Facebook is still going strong. Alright. And my other device recording there, that just run out of space because it was just so much things that we have to talk about. That we probably here for like 3 hours already. You know? You need to get some water or
you want to do a part 2 some other time.
We go do a part 2, man. We go do a part 2 because it's
too much.
It's just so much work. We haven't even discussed. Let me say what we haven't discussed yet. Well, actually we was close, you know, but we was almost there. You know, Hillary.
There's a lot of other little stuff.
Hillary, Losing Ground.
Where the Hillary song come from and all that.
Yeah, 2000 Hillary, 2000 Losing Ground Black Eye, 2000 Pika by Bingo, 2000 Ministry for Viewford Fonty, Fabulous Fonty, 2000 again Grassroots Rootsy, 2001 Coconuts Rootsy, Coco D, Coco Sec, 2001 again Make Through aka Mountains to Climb as we know it, 2001 Best of the Lucian CD, 2002 Endless Soca CD, 2002 again Boucher Yo Black Pearl, 2002 Jump Black Eye and Robbie, 2002 Bounce Yadi, 2002 When Robbie, 2002 That Style Ninja Dan and Curty, 2002 Traffic Black Eye, 2002 Put It Up Juliana, 2002 Harmony Juliana, and 2019 his latest works Changed by Chocolate, and you also wrote for Oshun too.
Oshun and Ashanti too. Ashanti last year.
Yeah, and Ashanti last year.
Now that's something else I used to do. Like that's gospel songs. I have no play in that, nothing in that. But I actually package it for him.
Oh really?
So he could have some to sell.
Wow, okay,
That's why I'm there.
T-Papi boy.
Yeah, I have bad business CD. Mad business CD.
A bad CD boy.
Yeah, I just do
Jesus Christ.
any money on it.
Look, Prosper, you know, one of the I would say he really good with the Zouk and Creole kind of vibe,
because
you know?
most of them in Martinique.
Yeah.
They really good. All like that. I don't know where I could get it because I lose my CD.
Yeah, John Alberti says, JahT, enough respect, brother. Always have and will always be a fan. Terrence said goodbye, he meant it in a good way. That when he said we was talking about the thing about Sparrow.
Oh no, we good.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought it up because the question can come up and good to get it clear out, Sparrow was different. Play on words and things. I envy the Congo man.
Yeah.
Thing there.
I like lying excuses. He was really good with that. Here's another one there.
Dinah. Yeah, that one there I bought. How many songs on that?
Let's see, 15.
That's other people's songs and not mine.
Take a look at this CD. Alright, take a look at some songs maybe you might be familiar with.
I have license to all.
Alright. Start the live here. Right?
Yeah, license all them songs there. All the King and them, what TC Bong I like, Invader Belelesh. I license all that. We thought
okay, some more things here that's falling all over.
yeah, that could stay.
Yeah, here's the next one.
That was when we did the single with Invader.
Take My Money. Invader. I had no idea JahT wrote these songs. I remember we bought that CD in 99. We went to, I think, Fun Time or Master Mix, one of them. And bought that CD. Take My Money by Invader. That CD went all over the world. I mean, I remember seeing that all in New York selling.
Yeah. Invader was selling in New York. I don't know about that.
Yeah, man, and some more here, we'll show
you. Oh yeah, that's
when
we started. At the time they didn't have they still had cassette around, so we did a CD and a cassette. CD at work like a movie without job.
Yes, boy.
I was done in Trinidad.
If you guys can see it. Just showing you guys, you know what I mean? Yes, boy.
I mean, we have to.
Yes, definitely. Definitely we'll have to do a part 2 of this interview, guys, because let me tell you, the amount of work and the amount of speaking we did so far in 3 hours. That will take another 3 hours to cover, and I'll have to save this one, and come back, meet up with JahT again, and do another interview. So that way, because he has a lot on his mind. Sometimes he go there and he gonna sleep and he think of more things that he didn't say that we can talk about in the next one. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, but it was really a pleasure, man, sitting here with you and doing an interview. I have questions I really want to ask you that I haven't gotten to ask you yet. I know that people might have some more comments and
really good.
And questions.
Any questions there, they could send it and you could.
Yeah, definitely. If you have any questions, you could always message me. Or you could just hold them, write them down, and keep them in your phone and your notes or whatever the case is. And when we come back on, just stay tuned. I'll announce when the next live is going to be. With him, with JahT, and we'll just pick it up from there, man. JahT, enough respect to you, man.
Enough respect to you, man. You're doing good work.
Yeah.
I see the name passing on YouTube all the time, I see every little Lucian tune I get there, it's Panras.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, so I want to use that man all the time. Yeah, man, it's a while.
Yeah, man.
Respect is due.
Respect.
It's a mutual.
Yeah, man. Big up. Alright, people. Big respect. Until next time, DJ Panras signing out, yeah? Terrence, good vibe. Thank you. Alright, good afternoon. DJ Panras in the house once again with part 2 of Unsung Influences with one of St. Lucia's honorary writers, producers, the one and only JahT, as we affectionately know him. And we here, nice beautiful afternoon in St. Lucia, right? Mixed conditions, a little bit of rain, but mostly sun, right? You can say it's a beautiful day to have another interview. So we went through, last time we went through JahT's history from his early life, coming up until, I would say, 1999. And we said that he has written for a slew of artists: Invader, Get Through in the beginnings, a lot of Ashanti hits. Who else did we mention? Black Pearl, Bingo, Messenger, Black Eye. Alright, as you know, Rambo Diplomacy.
You run Controller one time.
Controller, yeah, as well.
Junior called to Monarch, I won that secondary school with Little Nick.
Okay. Okay, you see, that's something new we just add in there. And many more. Oshun in his latest works as well. And he has.
Chocolate.
And who's that?
Buffia Chocolate.
Buffia Chocolate. Okay, Chocolate as well.
Claudia Edwards.
Yeah. Ooh. Right. And he's also how many road marches?
6 road marches.
6 road march hits. 6 road march hits in under his belt. Alright. So as you guys come in, alright, I want you guys to share the live, share it into the St. Lucian groups, share it everywhere, share it to your friends, WhatsApp, and all the other platforms that you know. Right? We here with the part 2, and as promised, hope you sit back, enjoy the history lesson. Okay? So the year 2000. Okay, as always, I have my little notes here, right, to remind myself.
Yeah.
The year 2000, we started off with Hillary. Yeah. Big hit.
Yeah. On
an album called D-Mill.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
For some of you guys who, back in the 2000s when CDs were on sale in all the record shops in St. Lucia, that was a hot sale. Fun Time Music Store, Master Mix. You know, I remember... Yeah. I remember my uncle buying that album, and even my cousin had a wedding that time, and that was the #1 requested song during that wedding. Yeah, Hillary. And you know, just to tell you a joke, he wanted only love songs for that album, but for his wedding. Yeah. But then the people said, no, we want Hillary.
Hillary movement.
But little did we know it was JahT, because for some people may not know, JahT wrote that song, and this is why we have Unsung Influences, to tell the story of St. Lucian writers, and that's why we call it Unsung Influences, right? Yeah. So 2000, JahT.
Yeah.
Hillary, where you come from?
Yeah, that was after last year, and I had that incidentally when I showed Invader the ideas I had. Hillary was one of them. And that was like, okay, you can't go both 1 year, so why not leave Hillary for the following year? But things change, you know, and Rootsy came, and I had just started linking with Adam Gilmore, Tonic Heights. So I said I got Rootsy up there, and we put this together. If you notice, that one don't have no real instrumentation in between the verse lines, or even in the chorus. It's like more vocals, ad-libs.
Yes.
Yeah. Married that it is not easy. Pam boy. You remember that? And in the end you just go. It's very common. Bang bing bang 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 bing bang 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 bang.
Yeah. I remember Diamond still playing that song that year. They won actually. The warm up was Hillary, and they won the Song of Praise, which is their test.
Now that part in the front, the riding west, You have to say, alright, come in there.
Right.
You understand? But that was a little song I had with my children playing on the floor. They would get on my chest. I had them on the floor, they get on my chest, and they would sing, riding, riding, riding. So I just say, okay, I'll put that in there.
Right.
And that's how we give it.
Wow, that's an interesting concept because you see, I always say, you know, when you grow up with an influence of a lot of hit songs, you know, even today, you know, a lot of songs that wasn't really hits now become hits, especially when you hear them. And you grow up under that influence of writing. You know, everything around you, you know, as you say, your children, you're writing, and that idea just hit you because it was part of your nature growing up. And it became part of you later on in life.
So, that same year now of Hillary, with Adam, I did 4 songs. Now, I never thought Hillary would be the song because it was a social commentary. It's just that I did it with humor, you know, and up-tempo. But the song I was looking at was grassroots. Because elections was somewhere around the corner in 2001. You understand? So, the grassroots didn't take off. Even the differences thought that was the song. And then Hillary just stuck because the thing about Hillary is that it's dealing with a very serious issue of domestic abuse.
Yes, for men.
For men. No, that's the thing, you laugh. But if it was a song about a man beating a woman, pumping bomb, that would be condemnation.
Yes, that's true.
It's amazing. And I think the woman crying out for help there because my partner, he read that tell me that.
Yes.
It's a story.
But everything, that song's a hit all over the Caribbean.
But it's a serious issue. It's not a joke, you know. But that year, we did that grassroots. Mass in the air, grass everywhere. It should be a good song now they legalizing weed. And you know, and all them songs never play on the radio. Then I did Pika Bingo. And I did Losing Ground with Black Eye. So I had like 3 songs really dominating the airwaves that year 2000. It was a good year for me.
Now, Pika was another one of my favorite hits. Pika Capiche, and that also came out on the Lucian Carnival 2000. Was it that year?
No, Pika came on Demille, that was it.
Demille?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was, okay, alright.
No, 2001 was when I did the Lucian Super compilation. And that was after Pika, we didn't have it then.
Oh, I see. Okay, alright, okay. Alright, so yeah, as you guys coming in, remember to share. Junior Bias, good afternoon. Share the live. We have part 2 with JahT, whose real name is, remind me, JahT, because I don't
Stephen Trevor Anthony.
Stephen Trevor Anthony, okay?
Original Smith.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I had a deep hole. You know all my business.
Yeah, so you know, Unsung influences, because like we said before, you know, I took the initiative of having an interview with JahT because from my recollection, I haven't seen or heard of any interviews he has done, and he can testify to that as well. Okay? And yeah, pretty much that's it. Yeah, so we're continuing with the interview with JahT, and we're going down the years. 2001.
Yeah, 2001.
Coconut, Cocody.
Hillary came to defend, but he had a lot of vibes that I didn't like the fact that he was coming from New York and winning. So he had that because negativity coming to him, you know. And I myself had a lot going on, business-wise and stuff. So I sent him 2 songs, cellular. I never heard that one, but it's on the 2001 soca thing.
Okay.
Cellular. You know, talking about a man in a party and the woman was on his phone and he tell her it's a cell phone that there to get to thing, you know? Yeah, not good song. But he chose to do Coconut, which he did in Bobby in New York. Bobby Peterson Jr. And what I should have done was give Rootsy I'm gonna make it through to sing in soca.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
Because that song was captivating the people. You understand? And dropping it that way would be a difference.
Yeah,
Just on your side, wave your hand up high, 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 because people really love that song. But Robbie was singing in Calypso. So it was a decision.
He didn't compete with that song?
Yeah, Robbie came forth that year with that song.
Oh, that's right,
He went and do his own thing. So
Yeah.
But sometimes you have to, when you're dealing with songwriting, decide which singer does which song. Especially in a case where they're not giving you a topic, where you're choosing your better songs to give out, you know? So you have to be very, very, give it some serious thought before you decide which singer you give which song.
Right. Wow, and that song is a very inspirational song, I must say. That Robbie song.
I'm gonna make it through. That song was written like as an R&B song.
I see.
Sometimes I wanna say let be, but just pretend and I don't see. I kind of Michael Bublé when I'm singing, I was thinking. And that song, the melody for that was given to me, was put on. Because we work very well. Face Calix. I gave him the words and he put the melody to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, so that song, Face Calix, I'm going to make it through, is a Face Calix melody there.
Right.
And it's only 6 lines in the verse. It's not really the kind of calypso 12 lines, just 6 lines, and that make it different.
Yeah, it's one of those go-to songs you go to when you kind of feeling down, especially in a Lucian way.
Yeah, the Caribbean thing,
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you guys can get that song on my YouTube channel. It's there if you want to listen to it. Most of JahT's songs actually I uploaded without even knowing was he was the one who had written the songs. So you can catch him on DJ Panorama's YouTube channel, where you would find some of these songs that we're talking about is uploaded. Alright, now we go through. So 2001 as well. Let me see. No, actually on. Well, tell me about before we hit 2002. The Best of St. Lucia album.
The Best of Lucia Soca. Well, what happened is, Fontane was under pressure for doing copies of Lucian songs to sell in his record shop.
Okay.
So he came up with the idea of doing a compilation of the ones he figured people would be asking for.
Okay, I see.
But he didn't have the finance to do it. So I financed the idea. So he did all the negotiations.
Okay.
So everybody thought it was a fun time thing that was there. But it was a collaboration.
I see. Okay.
So in the end, I paid him off and became mine.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright. So the record shops, because I remember last time we spoke, they was also serving as a point of doing that type of thing.
Yeah, they were just pirating. And that was the first one a record shop had done. Master Mix never invested in that.
Right.
Fun Times idea. And he was saying to me he was happier just duplicating.
Okay.
Making more money.
Right.
Because he had to put a lot, he pay every singer there. Some of them man also different thousands for their song, like the man who won the year and all that. So it was kind of costly, but it was good to, a singer would probably never get $1,000 in his hand for his song,
Right.
And here he's getting $1,000 up front and we have to go and hustle it now.
Yes.
Now of that CD, JahT was able to get into Martinique with Poto.
Poto is somebody.
Yeah, so JahT now, through that, I had people in Martinique selling that for me.
Okay.
I had some fellas even nightclubs, so even better now. Them fellas now bringing artists because they have the nightclub. Off a CD they selling. You understand, to market even more because Martinique is a bigger population and has a bigger market.
Right.
So
especially
it was good. Yeah, the Creole and the Bodo. And that Bodo thing was like road match for that Carnival.
Yeah.
It's a February thing they have. So we went down there, yeah, he was resident in the people hotel. The people have a hotel.
Okay.
And I know their business. But yeah, they go on the road. I was on the road, yeah, this is photo thing. Yeah, man.
Now tell me, a lot of the productions during that time, like, you know, I remember songs like The Rock,
yeah, the fella don't give up there.
Yeah. A lot of the productions, like Lucian, Woman, Whining, Grinding, all of these songs sound the same. So was it the same producer doing the music for that?
No. These people went different places.
Okay.
We just bought the production.
Okay,
Because we even have Papa Troublesome recording from the 10.
Right.
On that, we paid him to put it on. You understand?
Okay.
So it was like their own recordings, and we just bought the license.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
I hear a lot of similarities with the beats.
So some of them went in the same studios.
Okay.
We don't have as many as we have now.
Okay, I see. Alright. How many tracks, and you remember the list of the tracks that's on there?
About 16 tracks on that. 16. Mountains to climb on that as well.
Okay.
I'm going to make it through.
Yeah.
Coconuts on that. That's the only tracks I really had on that. On that you had things like I see you there, I see you everywhere. We had the Sanders, we had DM5, we had Manchester on that. I think I don't think so, but we had a lot of different artists, a wide variety of artists. Bachelor are gonna play in that. Belelesh from Invader was on that. It was a nice CD actually, I enjoyed doing it, I had the money at the time. It was not a big deal, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I remember Invader had come, I think it was only the instrumental of Belelesh and the track. It was a 2-track CD, if I remember very well, 2001.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't involved in that.
Oh, okay, alright, okay.
Yeah.
Right. So now we heading on 2002.
Yeah.
Endless Soca CD, right?
Yeah.
Just reminding the people this is Unsung Influences with JahT. Alright. We're going through his history. We had part 1 and we're putting everything together right now, and we're about to close up this series of the interview with JahT. So anticipate a full video that's going to be appearing on my YouTube channel soon. Okay, remember to share the live, share to friends, family, the St. Lucian groups, tag some people. Okay, let them know that we're having an interesting discussion here with one of St. Lucia's heroes. Okay, the writer is a big part of history as well, not just a singer. Okay, because some of us, we hear the song on the radio, we enjoy the way we say, okay, well, it's Invader, it's Ashanti, etc., etc. But the writer is the main person behind the song. Okay, and also the producers and everybody else, but the writer is the one who actually writes the lyrics. Okay, 2002, you came up with another compilation, Endless Soca CD. So give us the same details.
Yeah.
In terms of that.
No, Endless Soca was done in Barbados. Alright. It was done with a brother called Chris Allman, who I heard of, and I called him up, and he said cool. So I went up to Barbados. I first went with Black Eye and Robbie.
Okay.
And Black Eye and Robbie did a song called I Get My Peace from watching people.
I heard that on the radio before.
I
actually want a copy of that song.
Yeah, we don't have it.
It's on there?
Yeah,
okay.
And I like that song personally, but I never really released up to now, and it's a long time now. That's 2002. And on that CD, Black Eye sang a song Traffic.
Okay.
Traffic up or down, you know what I mean? Like the Ghostly Highway, and it's really a song about a partner have a girl, and the girl have so much traffic by her going on there, fellas, and checking her and thing. He just find it something like Ghostly Highway after work. You know, it's bump, beep, beep, traffic in the east, beep, beep, bump, traffic in the west.
I remember that song.
Bad children.
Yeah.
They running to the left, and they running to the right. Yeah, running, one bad children. Back, go back, come front. Yeah, a real bad business rap. But Black Eye don't like to perform. You know, I don't know Black Eye problem.
Yeah, I noticed that.
He gets shy when he see the audience, you know. So that song never got the work. You know, man, like Ashanti and them man who singing everywhere.
Yeah.
That was, you know, because it started getting difficult with the radio from around that time. Because a whole new style of soca was coming in.
Right.
And dominating. Yeah. And I also did a track with called When. Now, bad is a zouk, and it never get played. That never really go out there, you know. I had a lot of confidence in that song. But that same album now, Blackpool was bothering me about some song I wrote for her, and she want to do this, yeah, blah, blah, blah. I said, alright, okay, let's go, you know, Barbados too. Come Barbados too one time there. And put that track down. That track now is Boucher. But I had that track on the album there. And I just had it there, you know, like a track. But I didn't really look at that at all. But when this CD released, the songs never got played.
Okay.
Because that one track there by Blackbird just dominated the whole Carnival. Boucher everywhere.
I think she won the soca more.
She wanted to come on with her. Yeah. And that put me up because that I didn't remember on that song just like Henry. So it happens like that. Sometimes the song you're not thinking about.
Yeah, but I like how it had that carnival progressions. Like when I say progressions, I mean like the chord progressions, the whole structure of the song.
Yeah, man.
Boucher,
the pool and thing.
The pool and turn.
Somebody is for 911.
Yeah, man. It have that, and it appealed to every
and Blackpool was
generation
raw.
that time.
And Blackpool more comfortable singing Creole songs.
Yeah.
When did they,
Yes.
and then whatever. She more comfortable, so she really getting the real thing. Saturday bun for the real thing, you know.
Yes.
And that all that really, it was a vibe, you know. And that did the whole album. Juliana was also on that album. And I bought the license for Manchester. I even had Curti. That the first time Curti put out a song. Curti, the big producer there now. That's the first time we put out a song called Karate Ninja Dance First Soca.
Yes.
I bought the license for that as well. And I bought them to Barbados to the man. Now that studio, Chris Allman, he does Rupee, Alison Hines, and these people. So we were even talking to Rupee on the phone. He didn't come to my studio, but we spoke to him, and a lot of artists passing through there, you know. So it was a nice little place to get vibes and the whole Barbados market and thing, you know. And we did we bought JahT as well. We bought JahT, and JahT did a song I wrote. That's the first people song JahT sing. JahT don't sing other people song.
Okay.
And it's called Bounce, about the wasting the time. People who try to block me, they wasting their time, you know. One of my kind of tune. Just belting it out. And that was good. That was a good year because I really had a nice experience in Barbados. And we still link, Chris and I, we link up on the Facebook now and then and thing. And he's a very nice guy, Chris Allman. I would recommend him, you know. He's a keyboard player and he knows things, he has zouk in him. And apart from that, he's a real nice person. He come to meet you at the airport and kind of thing. Them kind of man, you know?
Yeah.
Drop you. Sometimes I go on holidays with my family and he come meet me at the airport.
Alright.
Yeah, man.
So Chris Allman, if you're watching this, big up yourself.
Big up yourself,
man,
Chris
know?
Allman. The other thing about Barbados is, but when I went Barbados, I met Eddie Grant. Now every time I go to Barbados, I still got Eddie Grant home and the studio right there. The man have 1,000 cats around his house. It's a big piece of land. Not too far from there, but yeah, cats, but I never see cats in my life. Yeah, a lot, big international studio, big artists come there to work.
From what I heard, yes.
Yeah, man, and all these records and all these single record, what have you, on the wall, and posters of different things, you know. And I used to meet him a lot by West Indies Records because he was involved with people like Griner. He was involved with Dilo
Yes.
and Jack. Them on
Yeah,
the
Gabi.
He used to try and do a Caribbean thing with a thing called Ring Bang. He was trying to bring up his own rhythm, you know. Ring Bang, he didn't get very far at that. But
Yeah,
I have
but
a
then
lot
it still
of
took
respect.
over, you know.
I have a lot of respect for Eddie Grant.
Yeah.
Eddie Grant bought the rights to all them old Trinidad, so like all the Sparrow, all the Lord Radio, all the old.
Really?
Yeah man, he paid millions. He give them money, but you see most of that money didn't go to Sparrow or these people there, baby girl something. But the owner of the recording at the time, whoever spend the money and own it, at the time we already get to benefit from that.
Okay,
So if Trinidad government want to use any of these songs for anything, they need to talk to Eddie Grant.
Ah,
Yeah.
I see.
So he's a man that will make big money in England
Right.
with big pop music and thing. And he reinvested in Caribbean music,
Right.
you know. I have a lot of respect for him.
Now I see I would say you're like the Lucian version of
Well,
Eddie Grant.
yeah, well,
So-
we survive, you know.
Yeah. So how would you see yourself as maybe benefiting, or are you benefiting from any of that right now?
You know, well, you see, it's something else. Like, I have a catalog.
Right.
You know, I have a catalog, and the ones I didn't record in the early times, we have a studio set up. I have access to producer and everything.
Okay.
That we can actually do that. It's just JahT and really make it happen yet, you know. My interest kind of drift.
I see.
I'm not really interested because I spent a whole from 1990, 88 there to 1999. About 10 years I didn't really do it.
Okay.
I did Messenger song, I did the Chris, what's his name,
Christopher Neal?
Christopher Neal album between that time there. But
Okay.
I wasn't really involved in the Calypso competition as such. You know? And then you have that other period here now, which is ending with 2002.
Okay.
2002, I did 99, I did 2000, 2001, and 2002 Busheo.
Right.
And then I disappeared again until Invader come and check me in 2010.
Tell us about 2010 now.
Yeah.
Because
So-
now there you had some beats were changing as well. and
Yeah, a
songwriting
lot of stuff was
changing.
going on, but when Invader came to check me, by that time, soca was a whole different thing,
That's right.
you know? Soca was a whole different thing, you know? And I really didn't see myself hustling in the soca scene. It was pressure booming and all them kind of thing going on there.
Okay.
You understand? A whole new kind of soca. So
Power soca.
It didn't have the storytelling aspect, which is my area there, you know. So it was heavy calypso Invader was looking for. Them time, them slow thing and different thing. And I started writing like to do 2 songs for him.
Okay.
And just on a side, he had that stay in your section thing going on. I know this is how he gets his song thing going.
Right.
I have no knowledge of that. All I know is Invader was working on this other song while I tried to put together 2 competition songs for him. So like he did that as a little jokey song because he liked wit and thing in his music and thing, like jokey thing. So he did that senior section just on a side. And
Okay.
then that just got boom. But the other song to compete was what I gave him called Leave My Beaches Alone.
Right.
You understand?
Another
So I
hit.
gave him that. But he only had 3 verses on the recording. So when finals night was coming, he asked me to write a verse for him for
Okay.
the last verse. And I did that. So I can say part of the song on the night.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes,
In
yes,
my
yes.
section and your section. And that was a nice little song.
Okay.
The arrangements was done by Ian Gilmore. Yeah, go back to the symphonic side vibe there.
Okay.
So if you check the arrangements of that, just got bass here, you know.
Yes, yes, yes.
Very, very simple.
I like
Very
the raga
nice.
soca in it too.
Yeah, very, very nice song.
So he came up with the hook.
He's everything like.
Okay, okay.
It's just that
So he
I
came
wrote
up,
the last verse for him.
but it's still in your section I'm referring to.
Stay in your section,
Yeah.
because his whole thing.
Okay.
And I wrote the last verse for the finals
Okay,
night.
okay, I see.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, you mentioned the last amount of songs you mentioned was all from 2002. You know, Book You, Jump, Black Eye, Bounce, Yadi, Wayne Robbie, That Style, Ninja Dan.
Ninja Dan and Cutty.
That Style is not the karate, or is it?
No, it's a thing going. I really, really love that time. I really, really Cutty singing that, you know.
Okay.
And then Ninja Dan coming in, you know, different thing.
Alright.
Different thing, yeah. But that was the first work.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and I paid them and they had that
And
there.
also Traffic, Black Eye.
Yeah, but and then I bought Manchester Fireburn them. There was the song kicking. I bought the license for that. And the other fellow was singing, Rain, rain, come down. What the whole, the Bijan fella now who worked with Chris Allman too.
Okay.
Incidentally. And I paid him off and I put it on that as well. Getting some heavy airplay, you know.
Right.
So,
And then finally in 2002, well you have also the Traffic Black Eye put it up. Juliana and Harmony Juliana.
Yeah, Juliana did 2 songs. Now you Put It Up song is my first patriotic song, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, about I will tell you frankly how I love this country going on. I can't remember the chorus from the top of my head, you know? Wave your flag, put it up, put it up, put it up.
Every time you mention a hook like it sounds so familiar because you know.
Put it up high.
Yes. I believe I have that in a mix that I did on YouTube. I think I do.
Yeah. And she did that, and she did another song called Harmony. And I really love that song. Talking about the whole CARICOM situation, you know, and how they only talking and nothing happening, you know, and seeing how is when the pan man start playing and the Calypsonians start singing and the sportsmen start singing, that is what just bring the harmony in Caribbean, not the politicians. The sports and entertainment that really brings integration in the Caribbean.
Yes.
You know, because when West Indies play, everybody in all islands together jumping up when there's a together crying when it happened like that.
Right.
You know. So that was the 3 things they said: University of the West Indies, the Soca and Calypso and all that.
Right.
And the Carnival.
Okay.
And you know, and the cricket and thing, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what unifying the Caribbean.
I thinking here like everything we mentioned, every song, every little message, you know, it come like a Bible of Calypso. You know, a solution Bible of Calypso.
Yeah.
You just go back and you realize that, just like Morgan say, you know, let the Calypsonians run the country, let them be part of the party and so on to run the country, and it seems like that's the norm. The songs come out, sometimes we forget it. It doesn't play on the radio. Some of the DJs don't promote it. You know, I would say I could say a handful of DJs do. You understand? But then again, you know, that's the culture. I think it just goes out the window, which is sad. You know, the years go by, and I'll always say that because, you know, writers like you, and also where did you find also that the music really started changing? Did you have any challenges as a songwriter saying, okay, boy, now we enter in a power soca zone, you know, pressure booming and things like that, but how am I going to keep on?
For me,
not just for soca, but also calypso as well.
For me, you see, pick my vinyl string, but I kind of family. I'm not so serious about it because like I find other things to different pots on the fire to attend to. You know, and because I have my children now at a certain age, and a lot of my time was devoted to just being there for my children because of the experience I had as a child.
Yes.
I gave my children, like my children, for about 20 years driving them to school and picking them up. I was never late for one day. You know, that's how serious.
On that one time.
That's how serious I was about it. And, you know, it gave me a chance now because I had a big pickup, big back. All the college boys sit down in the back of the pickup. So it wasn't just one man I was dealing with there.
Yeah.
His whole crew, and they were here, and you know, it was that kind of vibe. So it was like time for my children. They were that calypso, not enemies I making in that, you know.
Yeah.
Popcorn have a song. So much trouble with me, so girlfriend. You try to abuse my love, I put my own thing. Only for people say they know JahT, but they don't know my history, you know. But there are people who know them, so they know my cause. This music business is like a battle to me. So much fucking jealousy and grudge, you know them kind of way there. But in the midst of all my enemies, Jah, you keep me firm and strong. And that's what I was getting from my children, like I was more purpose.
Yes.
I trying to raise some of the children basically there in the calypso because like you have to make a lot of adjustments with them in order to get them to act like the song they singing, and it's not working sometimes, you know what I mean? Because one man singing one thing and his actions is another thing. It's a complementing.
Yes.
So instead of me focusing on fellas, it's children I have there basically. I gotta focus on my youth at home, you know, and that part of my life there was devoted to that. You understand? And by 2000 and somewhere they gave a tribute show to me.
Also,
to 2010, a tribute show by Takeover 10.
Alright.
They gave me a big thing saying something contribution to Takeover 10, blah blah. And I went for it because my children now, like, they came in there by the time thing going on 2000 to Busheyo. My daughter must have been 5 years old.
Okay.
So they don't really appreciate what I had done in the past. Yeah, they don't have no appreciation. So by accepting that then, taking them, it made them hear and understand the role I trying to play, you know. Yes. For that purpose, I went
to be the best father that you can.
Yeah, to set some kind of example, show them, well, you can make a name for yourself, basically. Not only for education, but for your creativity as well, you know. And that I had aspired for something, and they too can aspire for something, you know. It was important to me. And I did that, and my daughter cried at the show. She cried like a baby, my deceased daughter there.
Yes.
She really, you know, felt it. And that was really something for me, you know. And by 2010, I started doing little stuff, you know, with Sizzler. I can't remember when I started Sizzler, the mighty Sizzler. It's somewhere around after that or even before, I'm not sure. And he had a first song, Kaiso Academy. And I like working in the youth because he's a very disciplined young man.
Yeah, I really like him.
Yeah, very serious and disciplined young man.
I liked his song from, not sure if you were the one who wrote it. I think it was the first year he came out.
About that Ninja Dan wrote that.
Okay.
About teacher, don't touch me, some stories, kind of thing. Yeah, Ninja Dan wrote that. But I wrote for him somewhere around the teens there.
Okay.
Yeah. And he made it through to the semi-finals at the age 12.
Wow, okay.
You understand? So if you look for Calypso records, anywhere they have Calypso shows. There's no way you go see a little 12-year-old boy making senior competition, semi-finals.
Yeah. That's a great achievement, I must say.
For me, you know.
Yeah. I must say, great achievement.
And these little things go unnoticed. But I like working in school children, and they have a lot of respect, like, you know. And he's very serious about his art form. He puts a lot into it, you know. Rehearsal and thing, you know. Very, very serious. And he has a very good support system with his parents and them. Serious. So I spent some time there, and then that time there was kind of low, you know, for me personally. That was a kind of low period. I wasn't doing much. It was just the children, my daughter into A-level, St. Joseph Convent CXC, and my daughter came out with 8 distinctions. Yeah, she had 8 distinctions and got the highest marks in principles of business in the CXC on the island.
Promising future.
Yeah, she was really, you know, she was it. And all that there going on through these years, I focused more on family, you know. Because the thing about me is like, it's not about writing songs, it's like I said originally. It's like a message I want or I'm compelled to deliver. Because I read something somewhere. Go to where silence is and say something. You understand?
That's deep, eh?
Yeah. Go to where silence is and say something. So I always look to areas where people suffering in silence. You know, one of my on Facebook, which is something that has become part of my life. On Facebook, I have my mission statement to lift the spirit of sufferers. And that's all that's important to me. I don't care about Calypso Kong or Road March, I have 6 Road March, I have how many crowns. These things mean absolutely nothing to me. Because listen to all my songs, it's not just my opinion, you know, it's like I start the song going one way and I meet a man and he tells me his story and I feel his pain, I empathize, and then I use it to express his feelings for him.
Yes.
And Calypso started going to the point where there was no more an audience. They were not playing it on the radio anymore. The tent, you had to go belly scrape about 200, 300 people up there. So am I really putting all that in there for just that little? And one of my things in life is like to be able to reach as many people as possible. So we didn't have time there now. Alright, I go into Facebook now. Right? In Facebook now I'm JahT Sagacity. JahT. JHTI, just one word. Sagacity, which means vision, overstanding, and them kind of things, you know, that I would like to inculcate in myself. And what happened with Facebook now? I had a wider audience automatically because friend requests started flooding in, and I have my limit. I have 5,000 already, I can't go no more.
Wow.
And then go across to I Love St. Lucia, where I'm a moderator.
Yes.
And then you have another 10,000 there. And when I went there, there are about 3,000 people.
A lot. I didn't realize that until last week.
3,000 people. Now it's flat. The people who come to join there, who I approve, are people not really St. Lucia, alone in the diaspora, but the people coming and join us St. Lucia from Kuwait, Pakistan, all kind of names I never heard in my life. That interested in St. Lucia. It's amazing. And that
And you
every
could
day,
reach more of a wider audience.
yeah,
Because now you're limited on Facebook. You can't add you anymore.
you can add more, so I reach a wider audience. And I probably go to, I have another group they're contributing to, the Mali Brothers. They have 250,000. So you see, you have the reach you have on Facebook. And what I do is, in comments, I virtually compose in lines. I don't just make a comment, I do it in a creative way.
Okay.
So I'm using my same creative writing ability and reaching a wider audience. And in what I'm saying is a message, is my thoughts, which are always like uplifting, I hope. You know, I try to uplift, empower in everything I say and what I do, and try to bring some kind of balance in, you know, fix more than I break, you know. Like what you saying, buried alive. Yeah. They kind of give more than I take, that kind of way, you know. So right now, through Facebook now, I have the kind of reach that I would like to have. Because in different groups, like there's one called Surviving Our Harsh Economic Environment, SOHE, SOHEE for short, you know. And we have like 22,000 people in the Caribbean, that's area there. Trinidad, but them people intelligent. You can't just be going there and talking maji in that group there. You understand? You have to be on a level. And it's that I have to be careful and make sure I have what I'm saying very correct, you know.
Alright, so people, if you was not able to, you know, when your friend requests JahT and you see there's a limit, usually Facebook does that.
They delete.
Yeah. So you try to add him and you can't add him. You join the two groups that you just mentioned, a few groups there. I Love St. Lucia.
Yeah, Rastafarians of St. Lucia.
Yeah, that's one
another one. Yeah. And I Love St. Lucia.
I Love St. Lucia.
I contribute to Mama Ilakai, but I'm more a moderator on I Love St. Lucia. And it's the same calypso vibe, like composing like medical headlines, you know, we say. The last one I did was, Massa, what is going on if Mary Salah and not Passa? You know, try to do a little humor, because that's another thing that's happening within that time there. I get more into comedy. So the majority of the songs I might have there thinking it's a song. It's really a joke that I can build on with a performance. So that's a whole other area of myself coming out there. Because the calypso thing is not, I don't know where it is, but not exactly where it used to be, you know. And I want to be able to use my creativity and to reach as many people as possible. I have to find a more modern way of doing that. Yeah, so that's where the whole Facebook thing coming in. And in 2019, I decided I would put out a few songs, and I started writing again. That happened. My daughter died in 2017, and I wrote the song for her. I gave you a copy of that song. I wrote that song for her, and after I did that, it's like her whole energy started to rejuvenate me. I started to, right now, my birthday was on Tuesday actually.
Yes, so happy belated birthday.
Yeah, man.
You ain't gonna tell the age, right?
No, 22 actually. Because that's the age my daughter would have been. So I feel like 22 catch 22, you know? That's what's going on there right now. And I did a few songs. I did two with Ocean. I did two with Ashanti. I did one recorded with, I did invested money even in that situation there, with things not really happening in that area. You can't sell nothing. I still invested money and recorded for them. They would have had something to work with. And Ocean, we did one called Nettoyer, nous can nettoyer.
Boy, that song was, oh my
Yeah.
God, that was a
Yeah.
bad song, man. I
Yeah.
didn't know you wrote that.
Yeah, I wrote that.
Yeah, man.
And
The beats and
she
the,
put-
she
yeah,
performed it down in thing.
Yeah, now
Yeah.
I really hang a lot with a fella called Ziggy, Hugh James, and we have a studio set up there, and he is the one who did the melody as well on the verse. He did the melody because the man good, you know, the man is very good. He's an engineer, arranger, football guy. So he did the work on that, and then I wrote this song which I thought even better than Rambo to me.
Okay.
And that one, another song concerning the whole driving thing, you know, in St. Lucia, because if you check, we lose a lot of people on the road so far this year. It's in the 20s already, you know.
Tell you, boy.
Young people dying on the road and all kind of different things.
Still, they don't take precaution.
And COVID killed nobody yet, but so much is being put into it. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but I'm saying, hey, COVID didn't kill anybody yet. The violence and the traffic fatalities, the road fatalities,
Right.
has taken about 20 murders, maybe 30 traffic. So you know, I wrote this song called Drive to Arrive Alive. You know? April 21st, 2017, died in a car she was not driving. What sweet angel called Zina, in my dream I paired together. She said she had a message from me to deliver to this country, because she thought driving was just fun, but it takes life like the knife and gun. So when on the road, please drive carefully, follow the code, don't move recklessly. There is no need to speed, to the limits drivers should hit. Zina say, do not drink and drive, you gon' sway, and might not survive. This is very serious, it's no jive. You must drive to arrive alive. For more road safety, we should strive. We should drive to arrive alive. You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was that, you know.
Now,
Because you say,
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I have a whole campaign on. I already have something work out, just the video needs to be done. I've been promised by some people to do it and to air it and everything, but I don't know the problem, but so I'm still working on that, you know,
Okay.
to have a very serious, impactful. I want the timing to be right. Road Drive to Arrive Alive, road safety campaign, you know. That's something I need to do. And I also had this other song. I'm thinking, I really like that song. It was called Change. Now Invader heard it. And right away he said, like, I even feel if Invader had that, he would have sung in 2019. He didn't compete. Yeah. And it's called Change. And he's saying, the only thing that's constant is change. So we adjust and we rearrange. Change. Oh, change. That change. New developments have come and we fail, but how much progress we really gain. Change, oh change, that change. Many things become obsolete, cause they simply cannot compete. Hey, nothing is new under the sun, but what is change do you understand? Change, now you can make a video call change. Your own is computer camera and all change. The internet is incredible. Change, we could cure and not able. Change can be for better or for worse. Change can be a bloody curse. Like climate change is a big problem. Also hell and straight change to our land. Change could be evolution. Change could be a solution. Change is strange. That song is really talking about the strange changes we have. Another one part of the song, because every verse has a different verse. I had like 7 verses. I could have gone on. One would say like, change, Darren Sammy, Change bosses shoot now Darren Sammy Stadium and Richard Frederick now on Labour Podium. You understand? That's the kind of change, changes we're having, you know.
Yeah, I like
and
that too.
Yeah. You have a lot of stuff going on, you know. Change. Remember when CD was the in thing.
Yeah.
Now it's download, we downloading, you know that kind of thing there?
Yes,
Change the White House now an asylum because the president is crazy and dumb, you know that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I really love that song and the different verses like, you know, Obama in the White House and, you know, sex change and sex doll, you know, them kind of thing, artificially intelligent and all. There's a lot of stuff in that song, and I never really got it, you know.
I noticed you approach a lot of writing with play on kind of words and
humor,
depicting meaning underneath kind of thing, you know, depiction of the lyrics and the message, you know. You approach it that way. It's like when you hear a song, even if you don't know it's JahT who wrote it, you can tell it's JahT who wrote that song. Yeah. You know? And
most of my songs in minor keys.
A serious tone.
Yeah, minor keys. Most of my songs.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It give you that mellow sadness, you know?
Yeah, the haunting
kind of feeling. That's what I like a lot. A lot of music in minor keys. I like that. I listen to a lot of them. You know?
So right now, all my creative writing is done on Facebook.
Yes.
A discussion going on, what I will have to say while reaching a creative way. I'll more or less compose something, you know, play on words and stuff. I got a lot of people say, nice play on words, here and there.
Let me tell you, I don't mind singing a song. At least one song I could say, JahT wrote a song for me. I never really take part in that arena, but
no, but it's a good thing because a lot of youth, there are a lot of different youth that write songs all over the place.
Yeah.
And it's something like the kind of respect I get. Some little youth there, they're not in the age where they're really serious about calypso or whatever. But they respect the fact that I make a name in that, you know, and I guess a certain amount of respect on the street as a man. That one a good songwriter, them fellas no interest in calypso at all.
But you know, I think too that also the calypso could be not being biased, but saying that the calypso could be tailored. Just how you have the Denry segment, and they put the little zouk influence in it, and you get a lot of soca. They have the little dancehall influence involved, right? But the message still there. So I think in calypso too, you can kind of do something like that.
Well, yeah, because one of the reasons why I hung out with the little youth and them, I tell you, I hung with them little youth, them little popcorn kind of fellas. You understand? Their pants right under the bam bam and thing.
Right.
Them man that hang with them. So the lingo now of them man and the popular music lingo.
Yeah.
I learn it. It's part of me now, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I could talk about your name calling and all kind of thing. I know about the mall. I could write a thing about mall. A Meg one, fella want a Meg one. So the lingo of the street little youths, I have it. And I have songs like that. But it will take a little while to actually reach them youth there.
Right.
Without the radio station assistance. And
you know, I think most of them concentrate on Denry segment. But like, you know, like I said, even how you approach, you will still sing it in a calypso beat. But then you're gonna approach it with maybe like how they like to express themselves. The
lingo, the lyrics have to be there. The one they understand, the language they understand.
Boy, I don't know. I find, you know, in places like Trinidad, for example, you know, you find Super Blues' daughter, Terry Lyons. You know, she was part of the calypso arena. Because, you know, I guess, well, too, her father is a legend, you know, and she joined the soca arena. Now she's singing calypso. She just won, I believe, last year in Trinidad.
Yeah, I know.
And stuff. And you know, she's very young and whatever, and a lot of the young crowd kind of fall over.
Yeah.
And I would say the same for people like Oshun as well and the younger people.
But you see, the thing is, what I'm noticing in Trinidad is that all them youth there want to go back to the roots of the art form. Voice came second a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
In Calypso, that tune, forever, yeah, he came second, and you have other fellas like Turner, who's another young fella there. That man singing something there.
Yeah.
It's different, you know what I'm saying? In the same Calypso competition.
Yep.
So you see, I noticed that change going on there, that kind of thing going on in Trinidad, you know, where the young people want to be part, just like Terry Lyons and what's her name down there. Last year winner. He's a young, and I see in the finals, I'm watching it, and I see a lot of young people.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's good because without the young crowd, you know, because the art form will die. Because I remember maybe 2 or 3 years ago, there was a year on the news I was hearing like, you know, there wasn't much people in the cultural center that came over to support the tent and things. And then I feel the following year, actually, if I remember, it had to be around 2015-16 because I remember Black had a song that year. I forgot the title. It's playing in my head, but I can't remember coming. Yeah, and I remember now, you know, and now lately I've been seeing like really the Calypso arena has been really receiving more pep, especially, you know, big up to Papa Vela with his show, the Kaiso Corner. You know, Papa's Kaiso Corner every Saturday. You get lots of people watching that, and people still following the history and so on and so forth. You know, and I'm happy that I have this platform as well to express that. Because I think that's something.
But one of the things is that the songs, and I have to say the writers, even if he's a man writing by himself, he's a writer too.
Yeah.
You understand? It's the songs. And I sometimes go in the tent and I will go outside and talk to a man or something instead. Because I find like, even if I'm a man have a whole year, you know, I don't know how much time he taking, whether it's last minute you run and do a thing. But I cannot believe a whole year. And that is what I hearing. You know, just me, so many songs that make the finals there. I wonder to myself, what is going on? Yeah, believe me, and you know, I have to blame the product. It's not that people not interested, but the product not really calling them. The product not calling them. They don't get entertained when they come to the show. Now, when I was really listening to Calypso in the latter times there, Morgie's a man there, in the back there with tongue like blood butter hand, especially when you have politically charged eras, times like now. You know, everybody like is a wind that change blowing in the country. And I heard a show recently there with the new tent. That's another thing. In the new tent, they call it a balance. Now, that show they're telling you what they were going to come with this year. And what I heard there is very disappointing. You know what I'm saying? There was nothing there as far as I'm concerned. They never even give it to the radio to play. They don't even put it to for people to watch it over.
Yeah, I've been following Balance and what they're doing now.
In the first place, Mr. Title is everything in the whole thing of Calypso. That's what I do. The name of your song. The name of your tent is Balance. To me, Balance is like the Leicester. The Balance. And then you have it Balance Unified Tent. B-U-T. That's but.
Right.
You know, you're not supposed to allow one to make a joke out of you like that. It cannot be B-U-T. Another thing inside there. You understand? It's a lot of things. And people writing songs and they're not double checking everything they put in it. Because when you send a song out there, it's the whole world. People will hear what you have there and will judge your level of intelligence based on what they hear you say there. For example, Papa Veda could get vexed. If Veda win a crown, I can't believe so. The judges themselves is another story. instead of win a crown there, in 1985, that's the year before Mali Way. The name of the song is Carnal Knowledge.
Right.
Now, carnal knowledge may say, everybody in St. Lucia feel they know the meaning of that word. Because they never check the word to see what does carnal knowledge mean.
Yeah, they call it hold on to your children.
Yeah, but that's hold on to your cousin. Carnal knowledge is a problem. So what about carnal knowledge? Tell me that's the problem. Yes, it might be, but this is not what you think it is.
Yeah.
You understand? I called the radio station Timothy Polio, and we were talking, and I tell him, Tim, you know anybody involved in carnal knowledge? Tell me you don't know anybody at all involved in carnal knowledge.
Right.
They say, ladies and gentlemen, carnal knowledge means sexual intercourse, full stop.
Yeah.
It have nothing to do with children.
Yeah.
It's when you put unlawful carnal knowledge, now it is a crime.
Yeah.
You understand? But carnal knowledge simply means sexual intercourse, full stop. They have nothing to do with children. But if you do it with children, it's unlawful.
Right.
So the word unlawful, you all miss it there.
Yeah.
You understand? And that's the only thing. Even the song, I don't care what the bourgeois say. If you ask me what a bourgeois is, it is a rich person.
Yeah.
A bourgeois is not a rich person to say. A bourgeois is middle class, meaning a fellow who buy a house and he have a car, even if he's still paying the bank, but he happening.
Right.
He have a place and he up there and thing materialistically.
Yeah.
That is a bourgeois, a lawyer, a doctor, a politician fellas. That is the bourgeois there. The people with the real money, you call them the elite.
Yes.
That is the people that have the money out there that own the businesses and the thing.
Yeah.
You understand? So when I write in, I check it every single word.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
You have to be careful because you representing yourself there.
Right.
You understand? Your level, you exposing it there. You know?
Right.
So that's just a warning to the fellas that write in Calypso. Other songs, it doesn't matter. You have to keep abreast because it's like you empty what you have in your head into a song. You have to replenish it by going and read up more stuff in a variety of areas to be able to be well-rounded. You know, you could take on different topics because you have a certain amount of knowledge, and with the Google and all that, you just, the song Free South Africa, and that's way back, I had no computer then. 1986, I wrote that in 1985. And I went to the library to do research on South Africa. You understand? That is why you hear lines like, the Hottentots face genocide. I wouldn't know about that unless I done research on the topic I was dealing with. And my Bantu brothers were fenced aside. The Bantu people are the black African people. You were put on reservations. They used to call it Bantu stands.
I see. Okay.
So they call them the Bantu people.
There.
Yeah, you understand? So in everything you do in writing a song, you have to have some information sharing there, enlightening people, and yourself at the same time. Because when you do the research on the topic, you find in a lot more you could use in the song. Just by googling the topic you're going to write on that, you hear little phrases that's been used within that whole area there that you could incorporate in what you say. And you come out looking good, you know?
Yeah.
Just by simply doing that.
Now, boy, because I know this is going to be really lengthy, right? Interview. I just want to chop down as we come to a close, right?
Yeah.
Where can people, if they want to find? I know you're working on some new stuff. Tell us about what you have been working on and what you have currently now and what's coming up in the near future for JahT.
Well, for me now, Calypso not high up there. I have a lot of songs there, but I'm more looking at doing something else with that. Because, life has changed, and out of the whole crisis, like COVID, it also brings opportunities.
Right.
You also see, okay, because it's not gonna go revert, and Zoom and all that going to go away.
Yeah.
It's
So true.
no, we're not going to go Zoom and them thing there. People will find ways of using that in order to make it profitable for themselves. Ventures that could go on with all these new developments and different protocols that we have to deal with. And so I'm more thinking of using, and I'm more on a global thing. I'm not a solution thing anymore.
Right.
You understand? As a matter of fact, using that whole global thing to give exposure to our culture, you understand? Things that St. Lucian, our natural beauty, our way of life. And it's always been my ambition to reach as many people. So
Yeah.
that is what I'm sharing with them. Just like Derek Walker, he had reached these people and he was using our St. Lucian stuff, introducing his country to the world.
Yes.
And basically that's the kind of thing I would like to do. For example, I have that with me. This is called, this is a capsule. See it like that? It's a capsule. You screw it like this. Now, on it is written St. Lucian Air. So I am selling St. Lucian Air. I have them down Point Seraphine. I do little youths around the place, go by the beach or swim. They have a few, and it's something that I haven't really given enough time to market on the internet.
Right.
But it's something that I could, if Wasco could sell water, just put infrastructure. I could just make a thing and put St. Lucian Air in it. So when you're in New York now, and it gets smoggy, you could just open that and take a little thing of St. Lucian Air.
Right.
Now the tourists like that.
Yeah.
The tourists like it's a novelty really. And little stuff like that for the tourism market, I would like more for export. A partner used to sell Caribbean stones on the internet, a German white man. The man's a millionaire.
Okay.
Just collecting stones on the beaches.
Wow.
And people put that on their living room. I got this stone from St. Martin or St. Lucia.
Really?
Yeah, man. So you see, when you have that kind of global market, you could sell anything.
Yeah.
Once you could capture people's attention, once you have people's attention, you could sell anything. I know other stories, I won't really bother tell her of what people sell.
Yeah, so tell us, I mean, you working on, you said Calypso right now.
Yeah, what I'm saying is with my social media thing there,
Right.
I have my son who's at university now. He's doing animation.
Oh, beautiful. Something I've always been interested.
Yeah, animation. And I have my other son who just graduated St. Mary's College there.
Okay,
And
congratulations.
he got the prize, the award for theatre arts.
Nice.
He wants to go learn more directing, creative writing, more of that stuff because he's been into it from a child. Usually when you're going to be good at something in life, you start very young.
Yes.
You can identify that. It's not all cases, but the vast majority. And I want to bring them together.
That would be
the two
beautiful.
talents, and
Yeah.
a lot of television programs, and not just for the Caribbean, looking at a wider market, not really looking for money, but just to be occupied
Now you hear.
and to use.
Now an idea that I can probably give you. Maybe you could mention it to your sons. I've always thought, especially with the Lord Kitchen and Songs, that plays, movies, or so on can be written about the lyrics and be put into animation or be put into a play, just like how Tyler Perry have his plays and
That's
so on.
exactly what
Now,
it is.
yes. Now, if you can do that with the St. Lucian culture, that would be amazing because nobody has ever done it.
That's what I'm working on.
You know what I mean?
Using, how about like I told you about 200, 300 songs, new songs, just between last year and this year, you know, and all of them very funny. Some are kind of, you know, serious here and there, but I could, you know, mix them up.
Okay.
But with the humor, all the lines are like punchlines in a comedy. Just like Medea, have these lines which are supposed to make you laugh, you know. I have so many, you know, so many that I figure it's better if I use that.
Right.
You understand? I'm not this in Calypso, you know. I mean, to write a Calypso is only 20 minutes to take it me.
Right.
So what I'm going to do the rest of the time? So I'm looking at that area there too. Help create something
and then
for my children.
Yeah, you could use your songs or the songs that you've written or are writing. And then put them into context in part of that movie or the play.
Little
you know,
scenes.
that would be a local
little scenes.
Production. You know, just like Check-A-Bish and so on.
Just like Check-A-Bish, but more for them use the very digital.
Digitalized kind of way.
That little dude I just graduated from St. Mary's there. That youth there, his name is JahT, you know. That youth there. The man doing thing, posters and graphics and all that of thing, you know. Little child. Yeah, man, amazing. He did, I think, the thing for that for me, the artwork.
Okay.
Yeah. So I want to really, I think people who use the creativity to live are happier people than people in the mundane office job, you know. And I prefer them to be doing what, because my son at university there. My boy ain't interested in school at all. The man ain't interested in school. The man just interested in doing art. To go to school is like you go online with some fellas up there. The teacher, every time we have a parent-teacher meeting, the teacher said, Bible not saying one word.
Right.
He ain't participated. And when he comes home, he does no homework.
Wow.
And he still got enough subjects to get him into a university, you know. And video game was his thing. If you want to see him animated, is when he on his video game. I told him one time going to drop him to school, I'm not going to force you to do anything, it's your life.
Right, you
do
decide
what
you want to do. Yeah.
You know the man eventually became Caribbean video game champion? The man coming home with trophies, traveling.
Wow.
So I don't represent him St. Lucia.
His father, because his father is a pioneer.
The man winning money.
He taking it straight from the source. Straight from him, like the water fountain just coming down to the next one and to the next one, and maybe his kids might take it stronger too.
Yeah,
from
but you know, it's really a lesson, you know.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't really force them into anything they didn't really feel a passion for.
Right.
Because I know, judging from my life, that, you know, it was a happier life doing what I liked. I mean, the years when I would put money into music, even if it was the last penny I had, when times I didn't even go on a trip to go train and do a recording session, I would pay for the artist to go and stay home because I couldn't afford to go too. I mean, all that, the sacrifices that I made, in the end, to me, you know, look at we doing interview, somebody interested in interviewing me. I satisfy, I help people become legends or legends. L-E-G, leg, E-N-D-N.
Passing the baton to the next.
Leg end. But I know a legend now. I'm 22. I just that. Yeah, man. Yeah. So that's what my vision is there right now, you know.
Right.
Really building a business on my youth and them.
So focusing on the trend, which I see honestly on it, you know, coming down to the end of it. I see with all the stories you've been telling me, with all the songs you have written for people, the sacrifices you have made for the youths and them, training them in football, writing songs for artists. the money is not primary thing for you. You just have a natural love and a natural thing for it. It's like a tree that's how many years old? That's just strong, with roots that's strong. You know, you just get your source from the Almighty, and you use that as a way to bless everybody. And now look, you say in the future that's what you continue, that's your next step is to help continue growing your youths.
Yeah.
You know,
pass the baton.
Pass the baton on to the next one.
Let what you life, you never know when you're gonna die, you know. It
Yeah.
could be next day for that matter, next hour for that matter.
Yeah.
So you try to do and organize, which is very important. You have to be organized in everything you do.
Yeah.
You know, for the future. Then as much as you can do, you can't leave things for tomorrow. You know, because tomorrow might never come. So as much as you could do each day, you know, get it done. And that's the kind of stuff like I want messages I want to live with people, like, you know. People don't just become successful by being disorganized.
Yeah.
You have to be organized. Even in doing the song, it has to have a structure.
Yeah.
Everything must be organized. You know, I might be a little over the top with that organized thing, but
no, but you have a point, because
you know,
that applies to me every day. I see it in my life, and I then relate it to everybody else's life from a microscope in my mind. Because like you say, if you're disorganized, some people like to live their life like that, expecting to achieve success.
yeah,
You know, even sometimes when you organize it, everything still falls apart.
yeah,
You
there's
know?
still a lesson there, you know.
Yeah, but it's the life lesson that comes out of it
and
that help build you, make you strong.
yeah, without striving, you don't really make progress. You know, so you
Yeah.
just struggle without struggle. There's really much progress. Usually people, they fail how many times, but they didn't give up, you know.
Yeah.
And each time they failed was a lesson in what not to do, you know, and you look for other ways that it can be done,
Yeah.
you know. And one of the things is, in everything you do, try to live a positive kind of influence in whatever it is you're doing. Try to live a positive influence, you know. A lot of people, like a man take a job, he in government, he get paid, feeling good, and he see things going wrong, and he will say nothing. You know, I look for collecting words, and I have every day a word coming to my email, and it's called wordsmith.org, and we could do it as well. And every day a new word comes, and at the bottom of each word there's a thought. And these thoughts are usually great writers. And one I saw recently said, there's a condition of blindness so voluntary that it looks like complicity. You understand?
That's a big one, but it's simple, eh?
A condition of blindness that is so voluntary. People seeing things wrong and they say nothing. And nobody didn't ask them not to say anything. Huh? It's a voluntary position that they take, even if they know better. You understand? Yeah, it seems like they all part of the plan as well when they do that.
Okay.
So that's what it is said. So whenever I see something not going right, I will express how I feel about it. Whether it's my friend, whether it's my sister or brother, don't give a monkey, I will say something. And that's one of the things I would like the youths and them to think about, you know. Stand up for what is right. That's a message I would like to leave.
Yeah. Boy, let me tell you, I want to close this interview with, if you can think of all of your songs, you can give me one that's your favorite so I can close out with. But before we do that, I want to just thank you, you know, for having this interview with me. I mean, I got to meet you just by trying so long to add you onto Facebook, sending you messages, not getting a response. Then one day I was doing the JahT interview, and then you came in, and then I was like, finally, yes, I have him there. I'm gonna do an interview with him, and I called you, and from there we did part 1, and this is part 2 today. Okay, Unsung Influences, DJ Panras and the man JahT here. Alright, yeah man, any closing remarks that you want to leave? I know you just said a whole bunch there in the end, but
yeah, well,
and then take it back to your favorite.
You know, if anybody were to ask me, which is my favorite song, yeah, my favorite song is not a calypso. My favorite song is a song sung by Whitney Houston, you all know as The Greatest Love of All. That song, The Greatest Love of All, was written by a woman called Linda Creed. Linda Creed now wrote that song while she was terminally ill with breast cancer. So she knew she was dying. And that was the message she wanted to live with the world, you know. I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my need. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. Don't matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is right inside of me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. Amen.
Amen. Let me tell you, that song is beautiful. I was hearing a reggae beat behind that. I think we should do something, man.
That song only had one verse, you know.
Yeah.
She sang it twice and even cut down on the second.
Yes.
One verse.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm hearing that little one drop behind it.
Yeah.
Well, you know, like I said, I mean, out of all your productions, which one do you love the most? So we can drop
my
it.
productions, huh? The productions.
Hopefully I have it here.
I would say I'd say mountains to climb.
Mountains to Climb, Robbie.
Yeah.
Alright, which actually I have to go to my page to play it.
Okay.
To my YouTube page to play it.
Because that song came out of, you know, really
struggles and so on.
Yeah.
That
song, And I had that for years and I never gave it to anybody.
Yeah, so we close now with JahT. And this is JahT's favorite. Mountains to Climb.
Watch it.
Sometimes I wanna hide reality, run through the hills.
Unsung Influences with the man JahT. Stay tuned for the final footage of this video.
Before you go, I just want to thank you, for taking an interest. It's not everybody interested in what I do, you understand?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And you'll see more of JahT as we said. I Love St. Lucia page. Rastafarians is of St. Lucia. And also
JahT Sagacity.
JahT Sagacity.
JHTI.
Okay, good. So look out for more material he writes on there. He sends his music. I'm probably gonna push him to get some of his songs uploaded on my YouTube channel so that more people will kind of see and get used to it. Right? So again, good afternoon, Unsung Influences with DJ Paneras. Stay tuned for the next interview coming up very soon. Bless up. One love. Aha.